Alright, hello and welcome once again to another exciting session of Platinum Watch. I am your ever-present DM, Walkman EXE. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Again, I do apologize that we are not streaming. I am still working out the kinks and the bugs of my apartment setup. Not quite. I've finally got the Wi-Fi set up the way I want it to, but I don't have the as strong of a connection as I would like for streaming. So I'm still working on running the proper Ethernet cable. It's just going to take me a couple paychecks to get what I need. So I am currently just waiting it out. In the meantime, we will still be having our social sessions, gathering everything that we need to and making sure that we have delight and merriment in the air, and also some sweet, sweet edge, because, you know, it's fucking D&D. But introducing our players as we go down the list, I will start at the top of this order that I'm staring at here, with Vex playing Alpha Dome Ragnarok.
Who's ready for a smackdown?
Moving down the line, we have Zodiac Sec 19 as Rando Mishorm.
I will try not to die.
Red Beast 13 as Ava Korik.
I will absolutely die.
Storm Sage 13 as Merrick Gilder.
I'm trying to keep my team from dying, but they're like lemmings off a cliff.
And the Hawk Abridged as Trappet Dosselin.
I'll be the one to kill them.
And if y'all are wondering about classes, I mean, it's in the banner, but for those of you who need a breakdown, Alpha is a Dwarvish Barbarian, Avok is a Monk Rogue he's basically a ninja. He's basically a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Rando is a druid with like A level in Ranger.
Yes, all level. Which we're working on it. We're working on it. Technical difficulties.
Then Merrick has finally multi-classed as well. With I think Trappet's the only person in the party who hasn't multi-classed. But Merrick is a blood hunter with 1 level in cleric.
Yeah, I'm a good judge boy now.
And
With
Trappet
things.
is an amazing sorcerer of the Shadow Domain.
Yep, and a paladin.
What? When did this happen?
This just happened now, apparently. Like the third age-ish?
Apparently he's level 10 now, with 1 level in Paladin.
Good.
I don't remember doling out that experience.
Nah, you totally did.
Alright, cool. So
Good to know.
starting at the top of the week, I've already gotten everybody's activities pretty much mapped out, thanks to me being proactive and actually doing my job for once. The only person I am missing activities from is Trappet, because I do apologize, Hawk. It seems like our schedules didn't really align much this week, just because I am always up like late and you are always working late. I apologize that our schedules never seem to align.
Sorry, I didn't know that's what we were trying to set up for.
Oh, I didn't really do a good job of that. Next week I'll be better. I promise.
It's okay. I know you just forgot about me.
Sorry. So essentially I'll go ahead and get everyone's activities, but I'm gonna wait on getting Trappet's activities until after we have this little convention. So between I made a decision these past few days, because going kind of week to week, jumping straight from one to the other, it's not essentially practical, because it doesn't allow for a lot of breathing room between all of these activities that you're all trying to complete. So what I essentially did is I gave each I decided to put some breathing room in between each week, about like 3 to 5 days, where either you all are doing something else that isn't related to your activities of prepping for your next mission, or you are called on by the Emperor or Platinum Watch to kind of like give a statement, debrief, just do paperwork essentially. Just downtime where y'all don't have to interact with one another or prep for this next mission. It's just essentially downtime for y'all. And during this time, some of y'all can get together maybe for like a lunch or something if y'all want to. And that's kind of where we're going to pick up with this first start. So, during the in-between time, Avok messaged me that he did want to go ahead and see about investigating some more stuff just as far as prep. So he decided he was going to use his criminal contact feature from the that he got through. Was it your level of rogue, or was it your background as a criminal?
It was from my background as a criminal.
Background as a criminal. So you decided to meet with your criminal contact, Johnny Scabs, to go ahead and get some information about ways to strengthen yourself, as well as ways to benefit the party. And you are also looking for some specific equipment that belonged to your former teammates. And you were put into contact with 3 individuals. Su Yen, a martial arts master who trained alongside your master, Guan. Eliza Somnus, a up-and-coming alchemical prodigy who may have knowledge on the materials required for your tattoos that you're looking to get, as well as, be beneficial to the team. Since y'all rely, not gonna lie, pretty heavily on potions as a life giver. It's essentially like your fucking, in case of emergency, crack open IV. He felt to put y'all in touch with this person because they might be able to assist y'all in manufacturing these things at a better productive rate. And additionally, as far as the equipment goes, he put you in touch with a black marketeer of renown known only to the public as Damien Silver. So you reached out to Merrick and decided to call a little team meeting. So that's where we're going to pick up. It's just kind of around like day 4 or 5 of this downtime session. Y'all assemble, the 5 of you, in this meeting that has been called kind of as a mandatory assemblage of the Platinum Wardens. And that is where you all find yourselves now in this instance, is essentially gathered at the Island Estate around a table. Some tea has been served by Timothy, and you are now to discuss business.
Avengers, assemble.
Yeah.
We must form Voltron.
Yes.
Don't forget, I'm Black Widow here.
Sure, you can be whatever you want to be, Rando. No judgments. So, everyone, thanks for showing up. Chop it, especially you. Thanks for showing up this time.
Mm-hmm.
So, Avok has some intel he wanted to share with us. Avok, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so, Eclipse stole my shit.
When?
Right about the time, somewhere between the point where I died and you guys found me. The
That's a small
thing
time
is,
frame.
yeah. Thing is, Rita was a hexblade. They took her fucking hexblade weapon. So she's not as strong as she used to be. So
that's good?
it's bad. She's not as powerful. And
Rita's his wife, Avok's girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the tiefling that was pissed off at Trappit for sensible reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So, so here's the thing. I reached out to a friend of mine, Johnny Scabs, and I got some intel. First of all, to help empower us, he put me in contact with an alchemist, Eliza. I think it's going to be beneficial, particularly for you, Merrick and Rando, to talk to her. I have to talk to her about some ingredients for something I'm looking into anyway, but I think you said you want to work on a potion, right there, Captain?
Yeah. Want to see if I can make my potion of strength permanent. But I am trying to broaden my alchemy skills. How about Rando, you want to tag along?
Yeah, that actually sounds kind of fun. Potions,
Great.
I love potions.
Yeah, her name is Eliza Somnus.
Eliza Samus.
Samus or Summers?
Somnus. As in,
Samus, okay.
As in some nest.
indeed.
I am going to write this down.
Yes.
On top of that, there's someone I actually need to meet with for personal reasons. Su Yin. She's a monk master that trained alongside my master. There's something I need to learn. Hell, Alpha, you want to come by? Maybe you can learn a thing or two. Maybe we can spar.
I've never actually fought with someone that much bigger than me. Sure, why not?
Yeah, it'll be fun. And hey, Trap It, since you didn't show up to the going away party to the people you fucked over, I need you to talk to this guy, Damien Silvers. Apparently he's a guy we can talk to about getting some of the gear that was stolen from my team after they were killed by Eclipse. You know, something you can do to actually make yourself useful to them.
Hey, Vark.
And how exactly did I fuck these people over? I feel like I've gone a bit above and beyond at this point for your team.
We could have questioned your wife a bit more if she was alive.
But she's
Instead of
not.
Instead of waiting
No.
10 days to ask 3 questions.
I tend to remember that a certain someone says they were going to smash her face in instead of questioning.
Hyperbole, really, but
Can we not do this now, please?
fine. Still, I think you might find this guy to be more of your type. You know,
Well, what do you
Underworldly.
mean my type?
Underworldly types, talkers.
So, once again, I'll go talk to the people that no one else in the group wants to muddy themselves with.
I mean, I'll go talk to them.
I could go talk. We could go talk.
Yeah, let me and Rango go. That always works out well.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
No, I've already lost one son. I don't want to have the other one go as well.
I mean, you won't remember if you do.
That's sort of the point.
That's not a comfort, Rondo.
Why not? You'll never worry. Or at least the worry will go away.
I'm go- If I didn't already have white hair, it would be going white with stress.
Don't worry, I'll fall out.
That's not comforting either.
I'm curious as to see what a bald werewolf look like.
Have you ever heard of the chupacabra?
Actually,
It'd be a werewolf with mage.
it'd be like a hairless
Where
cat.
naked mole rats.
We actually have one of those orders.
Anyway, is that like the meeting notes that y'all have, or do you continue to discuss?
Blades? Anything else?
Oh, yeah. If we can, we should try to do some research on the elemental planes. There's the 4 main planes: fire, earth, wind, water, but there's also some border planes. Ice,
No hot.
swamp. Those are the only ones I remember off the top of my head.
Ash and
Heart.
fuck. Hold on. Magma.
Magma, thank you. Ash and magma.
I've already talked to Quinn a little bit about the elemental plane. I suppose I can do some more digging on that sometime.
I can do some research on water and earth. Anyone want to help us out with that?
Well, I
make
planned on
sure-
going to the library anyway. I suppose I'll do a little bit more of that as well.
Appreciate you, Rabbits.
I think I'll stay away from the library. That place is a maze.
Can you even pronounce the word?
I mean, Alpha, there's actually like...
Library. That's 3 syllables. Shit.
The bookstore.
But no, I've heard y'all say it several times, so I'm
Yeah,
just
you can
saying.
parrot it.
The book shrine place.
The place I got lost in for 2 days. I survived, but the person who found me was not very happy with what I did.
Anyway,
Just make a little hobo hutch out of books.
Oh
my
my god!
fire
all
of
the
books.
manuscripts.
All the ancient
I mean-
texts.
I mean, I had to use something for toilet paper.
Oh no! You burned all the plot relevant books.
Anyway,
Anything
There's a
else,
list
guys?
of all Trappet's other children. No one ever find them.
Nothing
Was
of
that-
value was lost.
was that everything y'all wanted to discuss?
Pretty much, I think, unless anyone else wanted to bring something up. So that's enough.
What about anything else? Does anyone have any other business to attend to?
Nothing that really concerns group stuff. Got a few things on my own agenda, but planes and alchemy with Lando seems to be the only thing currently.
Yeah.
Well, for me at least.
I'm just doing whatever you guys want.
Cool. In that case,
When
ready, break. Oh, you want to say something?
I noticed next time send a message or something.
Well, we
Just
did,
drag him all
but
the way
Selma
over
wasn't
there.
answering his communications.
Someone was a little busy.
I'm
Yeah.
No. Let's just have a little bit of this. Come on.
No. Could you
think
two
I-
not for 5 fucking seconds?
Do you feel like I owe you something, Evok?
Clearly not. I don't think you don't owe anyone anything, do you? At least so long as they're not related to you. Only joined Platinum Watch to watch after your son, but clearly the mission isn't as important to you. We're not as important to you.
Not as important. Do you realize, in the span of a week, what I had to sacrifice for this team? I killed my firstborn, killed my wife. All of that to keep you miserable creatures from losing it, from being destroyed, from selling yourselves even further.
I have 70 years to serve. Do you think we could have got that reduced at all if we could have talked to Marianne, got her to confess to being an agent for Eclipse?
Well, at the end of the day, I didn't get to kill her. She killed herself.
No. And at the end of the day, I'll probably die closer to 20 or 30 years from now, and you'll still be gone. You'll still be free.
I'll be going.
I gotta go see a woman about fighting. Go work off some steam.
And with that, the party goes their separate ways, and we enter week 2 for activities. Now, there are a few things to go ahead and handle business-wise beforehand. First off being, of course, Trappet's activities for the week, as well as I realized when I was doing my work, I kind of fucked up a few things. So Trappet actually, since he dropped off the Cube of Force as his magic item, just straight up dropped it off and doesn't have to go back for it for a while, you actually do have a commission you can use during week 2. For anything you want that would consume a week. It's time because, again, I fucked up and I'm owning it so you can get the benefits of this reward.
Let me see what I have real quick.
So I know that what you were going to do for weeks 3 and 4, so we can bump one of those up to week 2 if you want.
Yeah, what was I was gonna get fixing for that?
+1, get another +1 to the Cloak of Protection, and then make more Mage and Sorcerer Stones.
Yeah. Well, that one I thought I already had commissioned last week.
Last week was removing the attunement from the Cube of Force.
Well, I was getting those from the Mage Tower, not from our usual guys.
Yeah, I know,
Well, those are some I
but
was
you
just gonna
can
pay
you can
out of
still only do one a week. You can go to one person a week. So when you did the remove attunement from Cube of Force, that was 1. So this week would be going to the Spire and dropping off the requests for the stones and the payment.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it still
Yeah, I
gets
can do that.
gets done in the same span of time.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so we've got that handled. Then next, the only thing I guess would be your weekly activities. What does Trap It want to do? Like, what does he want to spend the week on?
Hold on, let me pull the list. See what else I had left.
Also, did you want to
contacting?
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
did you want to consult Damien Silver this week or wait?
I guess I'll go ahead and take care of that.
Okay.
Oh yeah, for this week I wanted to focus on creating original spells
Okay. I'd say that
and trying to track down my kids, I guess.
I'd say that for tracking down the kids, that would take 3 days. Same with the original spell. Damien Silver's will only take 1 day.
Okay.
So you could do all 3 of those this week and knock it out.
All right, cool. And while I'm doing that, like while I'm doing the spell stuff and the kids stuff, I'm also just going to be working on Ari a little bit.
All right.
It's kind of like evening lessons.
All right. So I'm enjoying this first day because this first day is going to be great. Then let's see. For days 2 through 3, that'll be when I have you do your spellcraft. Or sorry, 2 through 5 is spellcraft. And then the final days will be looking for kids.
Yay.
I mean, not like you're gonna have to look that hard.
No.
Pretty sure they have your flair for the dramatic.
A little bit. I mean, one's a priest. He's pretty mellow.
Yeah.
Ish.
Okay. Do you want to go into that backstory now, or do you want me to do it?
Okay, we'll do that in a bit then.
Okay, then yeah, we'll do that in a bit. Because I like that one. That one's one of my favorites. Okay, so the first day, we have Avok and Alpha searching for Su Yin. We have Rando consulting with Yusuf. Trappit consulting with Damien Silver. And Merrick, this is day 1 of your Dawnright training.
Yeah.
So for searching for Su Yin, I'm going to have both Avok and Alpha roll either history or survival, whichever is higher, whichever one you want to use to track them down. And that'll be essentially how quickly it takes y'all to find Su Yin.
I'm going to use survival.
Same. Since, you know.
All right, just roll your dice and let me know what you get.
Okay, roll it.
I love this new mouse and keyboard I got. I'm so excited that I got this set up for the stream.
Oh, nice.
That's a 14 for Alpha.
14?
Yeah, I got 15.
All
what are we
right.
rolling for?
They're rolling for survival to track down Su Yin.
Did not roll great.
So I'll say that with a 14 and a 15, that's actually pretty average.
Okay.
So I'll say that it doesn't take y'all long to find her. It does take tracking down a lot of rumors and hunting people down that have affiliation with her, but you do find her close to the end of the day. And then we'll go ahead and RP that out real quick as you both approach her monastery, which is actually located... let me go ahead and ping it on the map, and I'll actually go ahead and move y'all's characters over that way. She is actually located towards kind of the outskirts of town, over by the Temple of Alana. Kind of close to the Order of the Lycan, actually. There's a small monastery north of the Temple of Alana, which is the temple dedicated to the nature goddess, the Wild Mother. And y'all kind of ascend its stone steps, skirted with trees and wild shrubbery. And as you reach the monastery at the top, there is a single person barring your path. They are dressed in dark orange robes with a hood. It's kind of like a beige cloak with a hood. They have their face pulled over with a black mask, and they stand in front of you with a quarterstaff, and they look across you and go, "State your business."
Ava Korik, looking for Master Su Yin.
Alpha Dome Ragnarok with Avok.
You can't pronounce my name yet, it's okay.
And what business do you have with Master Su Yin?
I wish to learn.
None at all.
He seems confused by Alpha's presence, but turns to Avok and he goes, "Learning has a price. For what do you seek this knowledge?"
I wish to become a master.
You can't really see with his facial expression, but you can tell just by, like, the crinkling around his face. He has got, like, the world's largest shit-eating grin on right now.
I'm expecting it.
You, a master! Well, now I have heard truly a wondrous joke.
Go ahead and laugh.
You think yourself worthy of the title master?
My opinion on being worthy doesn't matter. What matters is my skills.
I assume it certainly does. Because one's view of oneself is what determines the ability to make this decision. If you do not view yourself worthy but seek to take the advantage anyway, you will surely fail. And I, for one, will relish in watching that happen.
Okay. Then sell tickets.
He just kind of stands his ground and refuses to budge. He's like, "You will not see Master Su Yen. You may leave."
Is this the thing where I have to fight you to get to her?
Typical. Your assumption is that combat is the only way to prove yourself. You are
No.
not worthy of the mark of Master. Therefore, you will not train with Master Su Yin. You may leave.
Avok sits down.
He watches you sit, and he just stands his ground. He stands his post.
So tell me about you. What do you aspire to?
He is silent.
Are you content with your power, the way it is?
He remains silent.
Okay. I guess I'll just go. And I move to walk past him.
Okay. Does a 26 hit your AC?
It does.
Okay. He takes a swipe at you with the quarterstaff, and that hits. As you begin to walk past, all you see is a red blur as a very firm cane strikes you in the chin, dealing. Let's see, it's a D6 unless it's wielded two-handed. So, plus his deck. Well, it's strength actually with the quarterstaff. So, 9 points of damage.
Okay. 9 points of damage?
Yep, he just clocks you in the chin.
Okay. Does that stop my movement at all?
I mean, it hits you in the head, so I'm assuming it dazes you at least a bit.
Okay. Avok does not engage and continues to walk.
Okay, he strikes again. This time,
Okay.
he lashes out with a fist.
Okay.
Whoop, shit, that was cocked. Fuck. I seriously need to find a better way to roll these dice. So that's plus... does a 19 hit your AC?
Just barely, yeah.
Okay.
AC's 18.
So that is a unarmed strike. That is a D8 plus his dex and or strength. That is 11 points of damage as he cocks you in the chest, and he's going to spend 1 key point to stunning strike.
Okay. So Constitution save.
Yes.
Okay.
Monk fights.
That's 21.
Yeah, you're not stunned, but that open palm strike to the chest definitely wins you a bit.
Now that was rude. What was that whole thing about might not equaling right?
He looks at you and he goes, True. But you have been requested to leave, and now you are trespassing. I am within my right.
I have trained under Master Guan.
That name means nothing here. Anyone who trains under that fool deserves to be kicked off these steps.
Oh.
Abok bows. I respectfully accept your decision. Thank you for your time. Does he bow at all?
He does not. He maintains his stance, but he makes the hand sign for acceptance.
Okay, I'm gonna kick him in the groin.
Okay, roll to attack.
Man, I was hoping I'd get him to let his guard down.
I mean, to be fair, there is a quarterstaff in your way.
Kick the staffy too.
Why would you do this?
Because I'm a monk and this is the only way I communicate. That's.
But let's communicate through the fists. Goku
G
said
Gundam has taught me one thing. That's a 20 to hit.
That's fair.
20
Now
to
you're
hit.
speaking
Okay.
my language.
Does that hit?
Let me see here. Monks on Armored AC. Yeah, that hits.
Okay, is Alpha by chance flanking?
Very much not. Alpha's just kind of still at the top of the steps, just watching this happen. I'm assuming with an expression of glee on his face.
So that's 8 points of damage.
Okay, he takes that damage and buckles a bit, but then readjusts his stance and levels his staff. Essentially think like the Goku pose where he's like standing there with the power pole like aimed.
Stunning strike.
Okay, so he needs to make a con save.
Yes.
So you're gonna stunning strike kick him in the dick?
That's my thing, and I have taught you well.
Thank you.
Con save?
Yes.
So that's a 17 minus 2. How's a 15 do?
Just barely fails.
All right, so he is temporarily paralyzed as your ki flows through him and his joints lock. As he strikes this pose, ready for combat after being kicked in the groin, he just like you watch as a pulse of energy kind of like goes through him and he just seizes, and his eyes go wide and he's just looking his eyes are darting around as he realizes his predicament.
I turn to Alpha, book it, and I dart up the stairs.
There's no more stairs. There's just a large open door. Like think like these giant red door. Like just think like Imperial Palace, giant red doors, gold ornaments. As you rush towards these doors, and I'm assuming shove them open.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's activate the booby trap.
I mean, there's no booby trap
Fair.
per se.
But the full of ninjas is another story.
So you shove open the doors, and you and Alpha stumble in to this large courtyard full of individuals, all kind of like practicing with a variety of different weapons. Doing like some people are doing the sword dance, some people are practicing polearm combat, and a few people in the back are like dueling with quarterstaffs, and they all just simultaneously turn to look at you.
What is the race generally here?
It is varied. There are humans, elves, a few dwarves in the back. This seems to be a monastery that welcomes all paths and walks of life. There's a bunch of different races here, but they all seem to practice the same martial arts style.
Cool. I lean over to Alpha. Blend in.
No problem.
Hi, how's it going? Hi.
They all recognize you very clearly not wearing the uniform of their order, and they all level their weapons at you and usher like a very loud like, "Huh!"
No, that's not necessary. I simply am here to meet with Master Su Yin.
At that,
This is going to be difficult.
At that, they all like kind of look unnerved. And you notice as you walk in, and just kind of like, hey, how's it going? You know, and they're all doing this. In the background, faintly, you hear the sound of a flute being played, and at the mention of the name, we're looking for Master Su Yin, it just stops.
Oh, fuck.
You hear a door slide open, and then you see a shadow approach, kind of like this door in front of you as this large like pagoda stands in the middle of the monastery, and it slides open, and there before you stands a female human wearing these bright orange, like I said, these dark orange robes, and she has a kind of like golden cloak around her, and at her waist there is this bright sash woven with 4 different colors and different threads of metallic hue, gold, silvers, and bronze, and copper. And you see these 4 colors kind of like shimmering. It's kind of like reflective fabric. And they mirror hues of red, blue, green, and brown. And she stands and looks at you and she goes, "Who has business with me?"
My name is Ava Korik. I am a disciple of Guan Yu.
At that, you watch as everyone in the entire like courtyard tenses, and she takes 1 step down from where she's standing and looks at you and goes, "I'm sorry, I may have misheard you. But you said that you are a disciple of Guan Yu?"
Yes, that's correct, ma'am. I'm about to get my ass kicked, guys.
I'm gonna use message real fast to tell Avok.
Let's see. So
Just blink if you want me to turn you invisible.
Thank you.
she uses Step of the Wind, and in an instant, she is right in front of you. And she's actually pretty tall for a human. She stands about I guess I should say she's very tall for a human female. She's about 6'2".
Sure.
So she comes up to kind of like your pec region. You notice that, like Master Guan, she is elderly. She looks actually to be more along the lines, not of like Gareth's age or Guan's age, but more like Altus. She's kind of in her late 50s, early 60s.
Right.
So she's got like still black hair, but kind of like graying in the fringes and got a few like silver stripes through it. The one thing that stands out to you about her, though, is that her eyes remind you of tiger's eyes. They are bright orange with slits in them.
Oh, shit.
And she stares at you and goes, "You're a disciple of Guan."
Oh, yeah.
"And tell me, is he actually teaching discipline these days? Because from this display you've shown me, he has taught you nothing."
He has taught me to respect those who are worthy of it.
"And a
Well, I
master
did
is not worthy of your respect?"
No, you are, ma'am. The doorman was not.
She looks over at him and she goes, "He was doing his job. I do not like to be disturbed, let alone by anyone taught by Guan." So there had better be a very, very good reason you are on my doorstep and I have not killed you yet.
Because I would like to learn from you as well.
She laughs like a deep, hearty laugh, and her students kind of like nervously chuckle. Like it's like literally a booming. And her students are just like, like they are not sure whether they should join in with this. And she just looks you back in the face and she goes, "And why on earth would I accept you as one of my students? You've clearly shown no discipline barging into a place where you are unwanted. You have shown some martial prowess, but no restraint. And to top it all off, you brought in someone who isn't even trained in the monastic arts. Someone who is not privy to our doctrines and our practices and the protocol that we are to follow. Didn't even send a letter ahead.
I'll be honest about that. I only had found out about you through a third-party source. I did not know about the customs that would be required to approach. Had I known properly, I would have made all the necessary precautions, and I would not have brought someone who is untrained in the monastic arts. I apologize for that.
Well, it's a little late now. It's good to know that I have something to bring up to Guan at the next summit, the next time he decides to bring a student of his to my temple without knowing how we are to approach one another.
He doesn't know I'm here.
Now, for the first time since you have approached this woman, she shows genuine curiosity. Really? And why, pray tell, would you come here without your master's guidance? Why would you desert his temple to visit mine requesting my tutelage?
Because I need to be stronger. There are people counting on me, and I can't do that from the shadows.
Strength is not physical might, Avok Korik. Strength is will. Strength is the ability to understand when to fight and when to flee. The ability to understand as well when to ask for help. So, and she looks up at you and just goes, kneel.
I kneel.
Now, ask for my help properly.
Please, Mr. Sun Yin. Please help me.
And she looks over you and she looks over Alpha and she goes, very well. I will consider this request. You may report back here tomorrow at dawn. We will begin what training I can provide.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and end day one of Alpha and Avok's adventure.
That went differently than I was expecting.
I was prepared to do so many things any second.
I thought we were going to have to fight the Foot Clan.
Next, we're going to move to Rando with Yusuf, simply because Merrick, your Dawn Right thing's going to take 3 days, so we'll just go ahead and do that last of these scenarios. So Rando, you make your way to the bazaar to visit an old and dear friend, Yusuf.
Oh boy.
So as you enter the bazaar and enter the area where the tabaxi caravans make their purchase, you ask around a bit, and you find that Yusuf is indeed in, and he's been a bit preoccupied with sales as of late, but at mention of your name, he offers to meet with you, says that he can make time. He doesn't offer you all of his time because he is a busy man, but he gives you all about 3 hours to kind of like catch up and see what business you have with him. So you sit, you all recap, and then over tea, and I'm assuming some kind of like pleasantries, like some nice pastries and delicacies, and then he's looks at you and he goes, it is good to catch up with you, my friend. What brings you to Yusuf today?
Shit, what am I doing here again?
I don't know, you tell me. You're the one who said you wanted to meet Yusuf. I'm not the one who planned this!
Fuck. Oh, right. Too well, I remember. Right. It's been a while. Well, a couple things. Catch up, see how you're doing. I do have a letter here. It's kind of rushed. because I didn't know exactly if I'd have time to see or not.
It is fine. It is no matter. Please pass your letter along.
Alright,
With,
so
who,
can
with
I-
whom may, and he kind of like takes it and he goes to open it and he goes, is this for me or are you?
For one of your Tabaxi friends, preferably one that can, does any of you have pastries, like a cart?
I have a brother, Amir. He
Right,
is
okay.
able to make very delicious pastries. In fact, the cookies we are enjoying today are from his cart.
Ah, perfect. Well, I do have a request for you said brother?
Yes, my brother.
Yes. I do have a request for your brother. That letter does need to go to, I guess a friend of mine. We call it a index.
Index.
Okay, so like quick timeout.
The Black
How-
Archive is located in
Yeah, thank you.
in Efery, which is where the letter would need to go. You would need to report it to the workers at the Black Archive so that they can report to the headmaster that Index needs to be brought back.
Yeah, so I relayed that message. I relayed that information.
And he looks exceptionally confused, but says, "I will have him make the trip. It will be no matter. It will be no matter at all. I will give him the document," and he hands it over to a small gnomish woman who comes in, takes the letter, bows, and then walks out. And he goes, "It will be done." Now I have done a gift for you. I wonder, perhaps. I have heard from friends, as you have been gone for some time. I have done a bit of research on you, friend Rendo. I hear you were a bounty hunter for some time.
Yeah, actually, for a couple of years.
I need someone found.
Okay, I can easily do that.
Perfect. And he slides you over a letter. It's a document, and he goes, If you find them, I would prefer you not harm them. They are merely misguided. They just need to understand that what their actions have done have hurt the caravan, and that they must pay for their transgressions.
Easy enough. So, harm, do not do. Got it.
Do
Okay.
not harm, just bring back to us. We will handle in our own way.
That is actually simple enough. All right. Do you know where this person might be?
Last I heard, they were reaching out to some friends in the Ratway, trying to get passage outside of the city.
Oh, the right way. Okay. No problem.
Yes, it has not been long. They just broke our creeds perhaps a few days ago, and luckily we have been able to keep things from spreading out, and we have put word to contacts to not bar this individual passage, but they may be seeking other ways outside the city, which would not benefit anyone.
Simple enough. I'm gonna do a quick perception right now.
Okay, for
I want to see if there's any rats close to me.
you look around. I'll tell you. You look around with your passive perception. This is not gonna be hard. You look around and you don't see any rats, but you do see a few small field mice. However, they seem to be less free and roaming about, and more they are kept in a cage.
Oh, dang. Okay, never mind. That goes against my plan. All right, simple enough.
Very good. Is there anything else I can do for you, friend Rando? Anything at all?
Honestly, there's nothing that I would wish upon your valuable time. That is appreciated enough, honestly.
Well, it is always good to catch up with a friend, and thank you for assisting me in my business. It means a lot.
As you mind.
And he nods and waves you towards the door, and you exit from the back of this cart, and I assume make your way back into the city to start your hunt.
That's the plan.
All right. With that, I'll get to you. I'll get back to you and Merrick next, because I'm gonna have you run some rolls. I'm gonna have Merrick run some rolls. So we're gonna move to Trappet, who is meeting with Sir Damien Silver. How do you go about trying to find this individual? Hawk, are you there?
You're muted if you don't know.
Did he BRB?
I don't think so. I know Storm and Red did.
Let me scroll up. He's back. He was back.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hawk. It's the unmute button.
I believe they may have stepped away. Yeah. So that all three of them may have stepped away. So, Randa, we're just gonna go straight into your bounty hunt.
All right.
So I'm going to need you to roll me. This hunt. You said you'd spend 3 days on it. Depending on your rolls, depends on how much time it'll take. So I'm gonna need you to roll me a survival check as you start tracking down your leads.
All right. Simple enough. Simple enough. Let me just pull up my skills.
What I missed? Sorry.
Oh.
I saw my name was tagged.
We were about to move to you next. You had stepped away for a moment, so I was gonna.
Sorry, I was on my boss called me.
Oh no, I completely understand. We were about to just hop into Rando's thing, but since you're back, we're gonna go and hop straight into you. How would you go about finding Sir Damien Silver, if I may ask? Would you?
First off, I would see if I already know anything about the name or heard of him. Then check my underworld contacts. Kind of put out feelers, more subtle.
Okay.
Instead, I don't want to seem too aggressive, because worried it might, kind of scare him underground a bit.
Roll history and roll persuasion.
All right, I'm gonna use the die that Vex got me. So if Trappet dies, we
Come on. Don't be a jinx. Don't be a jinx.
Big money, no whammies.
Big money, no women, no women. Stop.
History was a good one. Let me pull my sheet real quick. Plus... Alright, so 22 on history. Persuasion. Another 19. Plus, so that's a 27 on persuasion. Vex do good.
History.
22? What's the history?
Yep. No, I was getting to that. I just.
Oh, sorry.
Liquor.
You reminded me of history. Dandy, but liquor's quicker.
So, with your history, you are familiar with the name. You've never met him, per se. You've both kind of been passing acquaintances. If you've ever been at any underground functions like black market auctions or things like that, you never met face to face. But a while back, when you did run smuggling operations, you and Damien had a bit of a rivalry during that business period, mostly because he had an established business and you kind of were up and coming in this smuggling habit, and he didn't quite like that. So y'all had a bit of a competitiveness at these auctions, but never truly met face to face.
Don't know what race he is?
You have heard a variety of things about his race. Some claiming he is a half-orc female who guises as a man. You've heard rumor that he is a half-elven man of draconic descent, who shows his sorceress ways with scales across his body, and others who have claimed that he is a mere human man of 50 years or more. But no clear description on his appearance. As far as putting out the feelers and the persuasion, you find out two things. One, where he does his business. You find that in and around the slums of the Dirt Mound is where he primarily operates. And after putting your feelers out in and around the slums, asking a couple questions, greasing a few palms, you find out that the bar there, known as the Stiff Tap, which is a bar that was built into an old from an old churchyard that used to serve as a local graveyard for the slums during plague times. Once the bodies piled up so much that they could no longer fill graves, and the church started essentially becoming where they would burn the bodies, it became kind of condemned. So over the years, where the plague and disease have faded, they renovated the place, turning it into a macabre kind of themed bar. Like a lot of ghoulish jokes around kind of the harvest holidays. They do little festivals and finery. But you hear that there's kind of like two VIP bars beneath the Stiff Tap. One known as the Dead Hand, and one known as the Silver Stake. Both of which you've heard are run by Damien. The Dead Hand is more of a gambling racket with a bar included, and the Silver Stake is essentially a auction house.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the auction house, I think.
Well, I mean, they're both in the same location, so heading to the Stiff Tap, you just kind of head to the bar, and greasing a few palms, they produced you with a poker chip. But this poker chip is different than others. The rings around the outside are black and white, and on the front of it there is a jade skull, and on the back there is the symbol of the Raven Queen. As you approach the bar and present this token to the very gaunt drow standing behind the bar, he just kind of looks at you lazily and just kind of like nods his head to a black curtain to the left of the bar.
Mm-hmm.
As you go in, there's a spiral staircase, and as you descend down, you find yourself in the gambling house, the Dead Hand. And further back, you see there are these red velvet curtains that have bouncers in front of them. You assume that is the entranceway down to the Silver Stake. And surprisingly, for this part of the week, this gambling house is empty. There is no one here gambling outside. There is the staff shuffling cards, and there's a single bartender behind the counter, a very muscular human man with this like mutton stash, washing a single glass. He's got these this bright white shirt on, like a button down with black suspenders and some slacks. He kind of nods at you as you walk in. What do you do?
Kind of get a feel of the place a bit.
Okay. Roll perception.
All right. These guys are doing pretty good. Perception. That is a 24.
As you look around, the one thing you notice about the staff of this bar is that they are pretty... A lot of them are not of races that you would normally see on the above. There's a lot of tieflings, some drow, kind of that are the main like dealers at these tables, and the two bouncers at the very back are both Goliaths, from what you can see. These are a lot of races that are not like socially accepted in some circles, and a lot that would be shunned primarily in society based on, history.
Right.
The one thing you do notice as you do this sweep kind of the bar area is that there is a booth to the far left that is kind of like, there's a lot of different booths around here for people to sit and drink if they don't want to play cards, and you assume are tended by softer company. But there you see in this far left booth a table that stands out amongst the rest. It is a bright silvery table with kind of like a very reflective sheen on the top of it, and propped up on there are a set of very fine black boots, and you hear a methodic ting, ting of a coin being flipped.
I found Harvey Dent.
You've solved my puzzle. No, but you can hear the coin being flipped, and you see these black boots. Everyone in the area, from what you can see, is kind of like avoiding eye contact with this table. You can safely assume that this may be Mr. Damien Silver.
First off, go to the bar and order a drink.
The bartender just nods at you, and just kind of presents you with a menu. It's very classy menu, very very nice top shelf and bottom shelf wines. Things that wouldn't normally be considered like trashy. Also a lot of classy liqueurs, and a few local on tap brews, both ale and otherwise.
All right, I'm going to basically this universe's equivalent of a bourbon sour.
Okay. He mixes it up for you, and passes it very carefully across the table, or I guess across the bar. Sorry, I don't know why I said table. And hands it to you. And as you take a sip, it is one of the best bourbon sours you've ever had.
Good.
And as you kind of take a sip, you hear some kind of. You hear very
Also
kind of.
tip generously.
He takes the tip and nods at you, and you kind of hear the boots thud down off the table, and you hear in a very kind of loud voice, well, it seems that I have a guest of honor in my bar tonight. Tell me, what does the infamous Shadow Merchant make his way into my establishment?
I turn with my drink to face Damien.
This man is dressed in a very brightly colored jacket, along the same lines as your own. This is, except the difference between his is brightly checkered with, it's like actually checkered pattern, with bright oranges, purples, reds, and golds.
Oh my god. Okay, go ahead.
And his shirt is a bright, like kind of a light purple with like this dark purple ascot. He has these long black slacks to go with his black boots, and he's wearing these very fancy white gloves. You see that he has this kind of like very well combed back, kind of parted over to the left, black hair. The one thing that stands out to you is that he is actually like yourself, a high elven man, with one blue eye and one green eye.
Well, I get a feel I just met Trapid's biggest fan. Or stalker.
He goes,
It could be both.
So tell me, what brings you to my establishment?
Well, sort of in a purchasing mood lately. And I remember from back in the old days, if there was ever something that I wanted to acquire that I could not have acquired on my own, It seemed that you always beat me to it.
Well, you know what they say. To the victor go the spoils of war. And believe you me, it was war the moment you set your impetuous foot in my auction hall.
Is he referring to me being here right now?
No, he's referring to the past.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Ah, well, we're both the long-lived kind. No point, holding on to those grudges for too long.
Oh, well, I see very fine point, in fact. Because now you find yourself here begging for my aid, and I'm not quite sure that I'm in a reciprocative mood. Tell me, what have you brought that may sway my mind? And as he kind of like makes this gesture with his hand, make an insight check.
Okay.
Which, remember, with your magic eyes, you have advantage on this.
Yes, I do. Okay, I don't really need it. That was a nat 20. This dice is actually doing really good, though.
The one thing that you notice...
So it'd be a 26 total.
Okay. The one thing that you notice that stands out to you is that his eyes keep glancing behind you. They're not looking directly at you. And on top of that, the one thing you do notice as well as you stare at his eyes is that you notice faint hints of illusory magic. As if his eyes are not naturally this color.
Okay.
Outside of that as well, you notice that the raiment he is wearing is also illusory. You can tell that whatever garb he's wearing beneath is probably not nearly this regal.
And he goes, well, one thing is that I've brought that may get me into your better graces. The card of my new tailor.
As you produce the business card of Milos, he kind of pauses and looks a bit unsure. And then you hear a loud clearing of a throat behind you. And the bartender goes, "That will be all, Stephen." And this elvish man looks very confused, and then suddenly the glamour is dropped. You see he is a very lithe, half-elven figure, kind of in some, the uniform of a waiter. And he kind of looks a bit afraid, and turns and runs back up the stairs to the stiff tap at the top. And you hear a voice from behind you go, "Well, now. Let's get on to business then, shall we? I do hate these illusions, but it does make for good showmanship and business, I must say."
I turn I'm guessing it's the bartender.
As you turn around, this where once stood a bulky human man with this black, ragged mutton stache and a shaved head. Now before you stands a youthful figure, about 5'9", very pale skin, one sickly pale yellow eye and one bright amber orange eye, slicked back, kind of shaggy black hair, and kind of pointed ears. Looks to be a half-elven man. Still wearing kind of the same, like, white button-down with black suspenders and black slacks. But he looks at you and kind of leans over on the bar and goes, "Well, now. It is quite a sight for sore eyes seeing you again. Well, not seeing. I guess this is the first time meeting face to face."
That I suppose I'm a bit hard to miss in a crowd.
"That you are. And I must say, quite fun. So tell me. First, to business. I would like that card, please." And he kind of like wiggles, like as he does this, he points his finger at you, but then kind of like wiggles the rest of his fingers, just kind of like very impatiently, like waiting for you to hand it over.
I just kind of flip. I don't flip, like toss. I just kind of flip my wrist to hand it to him.
He grabs it, and then with a flick of his wrist, it is gone, and you're not sure where.
Also, I want to roll inside to make sure there's no other glamours. Also, to kind of see why is one of his eyes, all trappedy.
Okay. Roll insight, and he's going to roll deception. Shit, that's cocked. Fucking goddamn it.
Ghetto 20.
Ugh. Gotta re-roll mine. 21.
Okay.
That's a 13 plus 8. And he looks at you and he goes, Come now. Don't you trust me?
I only about as much as you trust me.
Well, I trust you implicitly. You see, there's one thing in my profession, and that is knowledge of trade. To be a black marketeer, you have to know what people want. You have to know how to get it. You have to know how to get it through customs. And from time to time, gathering information as well makes my job a bit easier. And as such, I like to make sure that I have amicable things for trade. So, I trust you implicitly, Trappet, because I know that while you can lie to me, you won't.
Well, lying's just not good business.
Of course. And after all, like I said, I'm not one for deceptions. I did prefer that bit of showmanship. You'd be surprised how many people that does fool, but you're not most people.
No, and it was amusing. Imitation, as they say, is the sincerest form of flattery.
I thought you'd like that a bit. Was the coat a bit too much? I felt like it was a bit too much.
Yeah, the patched up phase was a few centuries ago.
Well, then I'll have to burn my actual copy. I was actually a fan of that coat, but if it is dropped, then I shall do away with it.
Well, you know how fashion is. It always makes a comeback.
That is true. But it wouldn't cost me a thing to get another one made. It is but a pittance. So, you have provided me a bit of information that is going to be quite beneficial in my future, should I require new garments that match what I am looking for. But you haven't told me what you're here for. Tell me, what information do you seek to trade for?
That's a good way to put this. I've had a bit of an altercation with a dear, dear friend recently.
Ah, such a tragedy.
Indeed. So I would like to try and procure something of his that was...
And pray tell, what is the name of this friend? Perhaps I would be able to get this information dealt with and find these items for you quite quickly.
Well, you are the information broker here. I'm more than sure that you're going to tell exactly who I'm thinking of.
Yes, but I want you to say it. Come on now. Don't be shy.
Sorry, sorry, my phone was buzzing. I was just muting it.
Oh, no, I gotcha.
Well, it appears that dear Avok and I are on the outs of it.
Always terrible to have a lover's quarrel, and he kind of chuckles to himself.
And there's something that he's been searching for that I thought that I might see about gating.
I see. You seek the Hexblade's weapon, and I'm assuming other items of importance that were procured from his corpse?
Ah, yes, I suppose.
I could do this.
But I also may want to charter a boat afterwards. You know, set offshore about a few miles, dumped the lot overboard.
Oh, how scandalous indeed. Well, if it is disposal of these items that you are seeking, I'm sure that I could procure them and ensure that they never saw the light of day.
It's a bit more satisfying. Do it with your own hands.
Of course, I understand vengeance. It is a baser emotion, not the best color on you, darling, but I can be of service. I can certainly get these items for you. It will just cost you. The tailor is a start, but there is a bit more.
And what would these price be?
Well, there are certain things that trade very well on the market, and you're in a unique position to get it for me. All I seek is a few simple things. A draught of werewolf's blood, a lock of hair from one touched by the Fae, and, of course, if I'm really feeling devilish, do you think Avok would miss a pinky toe?
I think that might be a bit hard to get without him noticing.
Very well, very well. Then I shall make a simpler request.
You should make a what? Good.
I will make a simpler request. An emerald dragon scale. Surely you can procure one of these quite easily. After all, it does call you Daddy.
I might, but what exactly is it that you plan on doing with these? That is not exactly something you can pick up from your local grocer.
Well, the werewolf's blood will serve certain interested parties who are considering a ritual for lycanthropy. The Emerald Dragon Scale is, if I'm being honest, for my personal collection. I do like to collect, after all. And as for the hair of the Fae touched, let's just say that someone has requested it for a ritual, and it would certainly serve your interests to see it to me.
And what exactly is this ritual? The Fae touched is a bit more important to me than most of the rest.
I'm well aware, but trust me on this. You'll like the result.
Sorry, I just saw Storm's post. Fucking all of us run.
I mean, look at it. This.
Can't that just get you, I don't know, the beard from the dwarf or something instead?
I have no need for the dwarf's beard. Now, if you could procure the dwarf's heart, we'll be talking a different tune. But as I've understood it, even the dwarf has lost it. So, what hope do you have of procuring it for me?
I'll take it under the consideration.
Well,
when do you think you could have Avok's effects and the Hexblade prepared?
3 weeks' time. I understand it that you all are preparing for a venture. Let's just say that when you return, it will be in my possession.
Can I try to persuade him to give me a little information about the thing he wants to do to Rando?
You can certainly try.
Alright, let's see where did the dice go? No! Where did the good dice go? Oh, there it goes. 19 plus... Persuasion. 27.
Okay. How are you going to persuade him?
Look, the majority of this will be easy to procure. But I need to have a little more information if I'm going to give you something to maybe used against Rando. He's a bit important to me, as I'm sure you're aware.
Very well. I will give you the information that you seek. If you can guess correctly. And at this, you watch as he flicks his wrist and the business card pops up into his hand again. He flips it over and then suddenly there's a deck of cards in his hand and he goes, "Tell me, how good are you at games of chance?"
I've been known to dabble from time to time.
He begins flicking the cards over his finger, and you notice that they seem to change. These cards all seem to have a mirrored surface. The backs of them seem to be typical tarot cards, but the fronts of them are completely mirrored, as if by a silvery fabric. As he flips them over his hands, over his fingers, he then lays out the entire deck across the bar, and you watch as they are all face-up, surfaced, silvery, and he goes, "Now, these cards are quite peculiar, and I do enjoy a good game of chance. So..." And he shuffles them back up into the deck again. He rolls them back out again this time, but this time when he unfurls them, you see that the faces, instead of being this silvery material, are standard tarot cards. And he goes, "There's only one card you need to keep your eye on." And as he does this, he tosses a glass up in the air, and as it comes down to land, he catches it in his left hand, and it bursts up into flame, and he is now holding another tarot card that says Fortune. And he goes, "Keep your eye on your fortune. It is all that we can truly claim in this world, and quite frankly, it is ever fleeting." He shuffles it back into the deck and folds them over, unfurls them now, and once again they are silvery faced. He goes, "Now, find your fortune." And you may now pick one card from the many cards displayed out in front of you with no face.
And do I need to roll anything?
You can roll investigation, you can roll arcana, you can roll insight, anything that you think would allow you to better discern which
Arcana.
card is fortune.
It's 19 in arcana.
Okay. You can discern that the cards are magical. They are designed to only display the tarot faces when they are drawn from the deck. The only way to know which one of these cards is fortune is to pluck one.
Is there any indicators? Sorry, go ahead.
However, you can try and enroll insight as you watched him insert fortune into this stack and shuffle the cards. So you can try and roll insight to see where the card may be.
21.
Okay. Looking over the cards here.
Oh, wait, sorry, I had advantage. Sorry.
Okay, roll again.
Sorry. That is a 23.
Okay. Looking over the cards, you can tell that of the cards shuffled, which you kind of only had like a split second to look at the faces of them, the one that he kind of drew your eye to was Fortune. Looking over these cards, you look very closely and very carefully over each one of them, and you discern that Fortune is not in the stack. At least you're rather certain it isn't. You're about, I'd say, 70% certain that it's not in the deck.
I would pull Fortune if it were on the table.
Are you calling me a cheat? Be very, very careful with your next words.
I don't think it's... I would not call it cheating. It's more... theatrics. Like earlier. A test, perhaps.
Well, then you have passed. Fortune is in fact not in the deck. And as he shuffles them back up and folds them back out again, you see them all displayed once more as the standard tarot cards, and fortune is not amongst them. He goes, "Really, you should try to keep a weather eye out a little more. Check your breast pocket."
I reach in and pull it out.
It is the card Fortune, but it does not look the same as before. While previously it displayed a golden chalice overflowing with platinum coin, now you notice that the card only displays one thing. You and Rando. But you're both smiling. You seem happy. "Happiness is fleeting, and fortune is much harder to find. When you have something close and precious, it is very hard to let it go." And he extends his hand to take the card back from you.
Is there? Can I just roll inside again to make sure that he's not doing like some, test or bullshit? Like, oh, I see you gave like your fortune already.
You can roll inside again.
All right. 17.
As far as you know, there is not another test.
Okay. I slide the card back.
He shuffles it back into the deck, and as he flips it back over again this time, you see once again the golden chalice with the platinum coins overflowing. And he goes, "See? That wasn't so hard. And you have proven that you are adept enough to seek out the knowledge that you are looking for and find your fortune as it lay. So, I will tell you frankly what the ritual is for. A friend of mine needs to find someone in the Fae, and the hair is going to be used in a divination spell to locate them."
So you could the hair's gonna be used in a spell to locate.
To locate someone precious to a friend of mine who has gone missing in the Fey Wild.
Well, that seems simple enough.
So we have an accord.
Aye, we have an accord. I'm gonna roll inside again to make sure he's not lying.
Alright, you may roll insight one more time. And he is going to...
24.
He's not lying, but he's not telling you the whole truth.
I feel like this is probably as good as I'm gonna get, though.
Depends on how much you want to pry.
Just really... I still feel like you're holding a wee bit back.
My main concern, will it harm him?
I mean, has a haircut ever harmed anyone?
The ritual or its results?
Well... No, I guess that completely relies on how intertwined your lad is with the realm of the Fae. After all, I'm in the procurement of information, but there are things beyond my grasp. If we get the hairs from him, we can perform the ritual. If he is more intertwined than we thought, he may feel a pinch. Or several. Come now, you can't tell me this is the first time you've endangered a child for something that you want. Especially not one of your own. After all, it wasn't that long ago that you burned one to ash.
Word seems to travel rather quickly in these parts.
Well, I make it my business to know things.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Excellent. I look forward to this exchange.
As for the dragon scale,
Yes?
is it just going to be for your private collection?
Well, why wouldn't it be? I've already got an topaz dragon scale and an amethyst dragon scale. I'm trying to complete the set, you know.
And it's nothing like, oh, a magic controlling ritual to have your dragon at your disposal or some idiocy like that.
Now, why would I truly want that?
Go ahead.
What benefit could I reap from having a dragon as my servant? There are much better ways to control them than through magical means.
Can I roll another insight?
Sure, you can roll one more. The more you roll, though, the more he's going to get onto you.
Sorry, I just don't want to, get or kill Hari.
Okay, that's fine.
Does this a get a 20 again?
He is absolutely truthful when he's saying there are better ways to control people.
Yeah.
All right.
The one thing you do notice this time, after kind of like, as you've glanced over him these past few times, the one thing you finally started to notice, it's taken you a bit of time because he's very careful about how he acts and the mannerisms that he displays, but the one thing you've started to notice is that his fingernails are a bit longer than normal, and they are pitch black. As well as you've looked over his eyes, you notice that they kind of shimmer with kind of like a pale light to them in this darkened hall, and that his canines are sharper than normal.
Oh, shite. Is he a dragon?
No.
Oh. I was getting a little excited.
And I'll say this as well, as you look across his form, his skin is almost as pale as yours.
Can I roll like a... I don't know.
You can
Maybe
roll...
a vampire, maybe.
You can roll a history check to see what you know of lore.
History. History's not that great. What I got? 17.
Putting these pieces together and kind of looking them over, you know that this individual's legend as a black marketeer well extends beyond a natural half-elf's lifespan. And that as well, half-elves do not traditionally bear these hues in their eyes. That in rare circumstances due to parentage, they may have golden eyes, or in even rarer cases, kind of like a pale yellow, but orange is not a traditional color. Using your knowledge as well of just general things, you can deduce that he may be a vampire.
Okay. Vampires are cool.
Alright then. You know, maybe I should seek you out when I think I may need to have a career change soon.
Oh? How interesting. May I pry, or would it be more fun to surprise me later? I feel like I... Oh, I apologize. Did not mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, Walker.
Oh, well, I did not mean to interrupt you, my good friend Trappet. Please continue with your thought.
I have the feeling that you may already know.
I have an educated guess, but again, I think that I'll wait until you decide to say it.
I'm not exactly on the best of terms with Platinum Watch. The command structures never really cared for. And as a passing fancy, it... Well, as you yourself said, It's costing me a little bit more than I was willing to give.
Of course. Well, if ever you need a change of employment, you know where to find me.
Indeed. And if you know of any potential employers, I'll leave my resume with you.
Oh yes, please drop it off at the stiff tap
front
whenever you get a
desk?
chance. Yes.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
I don't know if you carry it on you at all times. I, for one, do not carry mine on me.
No, no. My resume, I suppose, is more for my reputation.
Well, I was hoping for something more tangible. I do have to present this to an employer.
Oh, well, of course, I have everything. Is Garamond an okay type font?
I could do Getamond, so long as it's not Cambria.
Oh, no, definitely not,
All right,
Or
very well.
Calibri.
Ugh. Just get him.
Or Orcish Sans.
Yes, Getamond or Times New Roman would be acceptable.
Ah, lovely.
And whenever you have the time, just bring it by. My men will receive.
Ah, very well.
And-
Oh, before I go,
Hmm?
why did you want Avok's big toe?
Well, can you imagine the face he would make if it went missing? Plus, a Goliath pinky toe can be put to use. After all, Cleft over there, and he looks to the Goliath on his left, unfortunately lost his in a recent bar fight. And the Goliath looks like actually a little sad. Like, he just looks down at his foot and looks like a little upset. He's like, I told him if I could get another, I would reattach it.
I'll see what I can do.
Wonderful. Well, if that is all... Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be Avox. If you find another Goliath that is perhaps willing to part with a pinky toe, I would gladly take it off your hands.
Ah, of course, of course.
But Avoc would be more fun.
Yes, it was a pleasure finally getting to meet.
Likewise. And he extends his hand to shake.
One more insight to make sure. Yeah, no, I'm joking. I'll shake.
As you all shake hands, he goes, and for good measure, and he bites down on your wrist.
What the fuck?
And takes a bit of blood. He's like, well, that is a peculiar taste. You take 1 hit point of damage.
It's an old vintage. Out of this world, you might say.
Tempered well. Well, I may come back to you for a bit more of that if you have the time. Not in the same capacity. I do apologize about that. I do have a little problem with impulse control.
Don't we all?
I would moving forward. I would properly siphon and bag that.
Perhaps we could
I'll make it worth your while.
The secondary market.
Yes, I'll make it worth your while.
We'll see. Until then, adieu.
I do. Remember the werewolf blood, the hair of the fae, and the emerald dragon scale whenever you get the time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alright. Goodbye.
And with that, you exit the stiff tap.
Alright. Sorry, go ahead, Walker.
And with that, we will move on to American Rando again.
BRB.
Wait, didn't we say we were going to move on to the Dawn stuff, or?
Yeah, I know. We're going to you first with the Dawn Rite, and then we're going to go to Rando for his bounty hunt.
Oh, okay. Nice. So I was AFK for a bit there.
Yeah, no, I understand. So now we're going to go to the Dawn Rite stuff. And Merrick.
Yeah.
Need you to roll me survival.
I mean, I know where the Ghostly Order is.
I need you to roll me
so
survival.
Okay. Using the Hawk die that he gave me. Oh, fuck. Hawk, you fucked me. Fuck, you killed Merrick. That's an 8.
Yes! Yes! I mean, how tragic. So as you arrive for your first day of Dawnright training at the Order of the Ghost Slayer, I'm trying to remember what his name was. Was it Aaron? Or Aaron? God, I can't remember what his name was.
I'll put up my relationship notes. No, not that one, damn it. There it is.
Evan.
Inclusive of the Ghost Slayer Earth Genasi. Evan Dorn.
As you arrive to train with Evan, do you announce your presence, or are you just kind of like you seek him out in private?
Kind of trying to seek him out in private, not really trying to draw attention to myself.
As you kind of like ask around, like, hey, have you all seen Evan? You know, is anybody, you know, like, I'm trying to meet with Evan. He approaches you, grabs you, and starts dragging you out of the Order of the Ghost Slayer by your arm. He's not a monster. He's not going to just grab you by the ear like Maxine and drag you for a mile.
Appreciate it.
So he just grabs you by the arm and drags you out, and he goes, really? Asking around... All right, then.
How else am I supposed to find you?
By...
Throwing pebbles at your window?
Why would you throw a pillow?
They're pebbled.
I mean, that's a way of communication.
Ugh.
Anyway, let's get down to brass tacks. You want to learn the Rite of the Dawn, and I want to piss off my headmaster. This seems like a win-win.
I appreciate the lesson, to be completely honest.
Sure. So, follow me. And he leads you into the Copper District, deep and far away from the Order of the Ghost Slayer, out to an abandoned lot, kind of in the middle of the houses there, and says, all right, so here's the basics. You understand how to channel your blood into the elemental properties that we use for the rite. There's a specific way to channel the Dawn Rite, as you would reflect on the storm or the flame to conjure forth its power from your blood, to channel the magics and understand its true primal nature. The same is said for Dawn. The reason Ghost Slayers have a monopoly is because we have a special way of reflecting. And
that would be?
He sits down in the middle of the lot and invites you to sit with him.
Merrick sits.
He pulls out a small, round, like kind of like this little brass box. He sets it down between you two and goes, all right, well, I need you to do two things for me. First, think of the angriest you've ever felt.
Oh, that's easy.
If it's that easy, you're not thinking hard enough. Think of that moment, that fury, that rage, that desire and anger to have someone pay to take your pain. Focus on it. And then, once you've held all that, once you've got that fury burning in you, let it go.
Just let it go that easy.
Do you want to learn the Rite of the Dawn or not? Let it go.
Okay, here goes.
And
Merrick's going to meditate on that.
as you begin to kind of like relax and untense, does an 18 hit?
I mean, I hand in my armor for...
Does an 18 hit?
Yeah, my AC's 12 right now.
As you are focusing on this moment of like the darkest rage you felt in your life, and you're trying to let it go, to just release that sensation, you feel a fist clock the side of your head.
Pedals cock! Ah!
Let it go.
You're gonna be kicking my ass as I'm doing this, aren't you?
Best way to learn is through combat. And plus, enemies aren't going to be waiting for you to get tranquil in the middle of a battlefield. Battlefields are chaos. Battlefield is fury. If you can't let that fury go, if you can't find that calm in the storm, you'll never master your light. Now, focus back up. Find that rage. Now let it go.
Merrick's gonna try to let it go.
Does a 26 hit?
I mean, fuck yeah. should I turn on my AC?
No, I know what your AC is.
That means I turn on, like, get hasted, turn into a wolf.
As you begin to focus on this tranquility again, you get clocked again.
Ow.
I'm going to need you to make a wisdom save.
Okay. Okay, is that... No, that's not cocked. Okay, so wisdom save. 12 plus...
Is this the kind you have advantage on?
This
I
is
don't
not.
think it... No,
Okay.
that's for my wolf form. Anyway, that's plus 7, so that's a 19.
Despite the blow to your head, you're able to still kind of focus on this moment of fury and start trying to let it go. And we're gonna go ahead and skip ahead a little bit of time. As the blows continue to come, you begin to anticipate and begin to focus. Your first day is full of a lot of beatings, but towards the end of it, you're able to kind of focus on trying to let it go, to get to this tranquil place, and by the end of it, you're able to maintain that focus of letting go of that fury, to find tranquility while you're being attacked, and you're able to move and duck beneath the blows as they come at you. And then as the sun begins to set, he goes, all right, we're done here with day one. You found your peace. You found what allows you to be the calm in the eye of the storm, the light shining down from the fury. Tomorrow we're going to get into the thick of it. But for now, and he points to you, and you notice that your head's bleeding a little bit. He goes, take some of that and try applying it to your blade.
Merrick draws his sword and sort of applies the blood from his head to his sword.
As you kind of are still kind of in this tranquil place, like it's fading a little bit. It's kind of like he's called off the training, so you're kind of like relaxed a bit more now. As you do so, you notice that your blade bears a faint glow. It seems to glow with sunlight.
Merrick has a very warm smile on his face. Well, thank you.
Does a 24 hit?
Merrick's on the ground.
He's clocked you square in the face. He's like, well, we've still got some training to do. That's what we're going to focus on tomorrow.
I was having a moment.
There'll be plenty of time for moments when we're done. Now, you figured out how to call forth the right. Tomorrow we're going to focus on maintaining it while under attack.
Great. Oh, and I handed in my armor for upgrades. Fantastic.
Hey, I'm not the one, I'm the one who chose to train you. I didn't choose when to train you.
No, bring it on.
All right. And with that, y'all disband for the day, and y'all come and meet up at the same square again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And this time he's waiting patiently, and he tells you to kind of like he tosses you a wooden training sword.
Okay.
And you see that he's holding one as well.
Does it have an edge at least for us to invoke the light on it? Or do we don't do that yet?
He looks at you and he goes, "You have. I assume you have a dagger.
I mean, yeah, but
Then use that."
yeah, okay. Merrick's going to stab his. Or at least just. 1 second.
He got invaded.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, he got invaded.
No, it's fine. He said he was gonna go stab someone, so.
Exactly.
Well, while he's away, we are going to focus on Rando here real quick.
Alrighty. Yep, I'm here.
So now begins day 1 of the bounty hunt.
And you said roll survival.
Roll survival, I did say.
Alrighty. Fuck.
Yes.
That's a 10.
Excellent.
I rolled a fucking 2.
As you begin hunting in and around the Ratway, a lot of the trail has gone cold. It takes you a good long while to finally pick up the scent, and when you do, you find yourselves at kind of the edge of the water in the Ratways, close to the docks. Kind of like on the wall where the trade houses are. And you see a few small, like, dinghies and skimmers out there. And there's this old human man who sees you kind of, like, scuffling around the trail, and he goes, "Well, looks like you're a little late there, boy."
Late for what?
"I assume you're with the hunting party."
I am the hunting party?
"Well, all right, then. I mean, you ain't the first to come through here.
Oh.
There are lots of people looking for that there boy. But I will say, you're probably the slowest."
Yeah, probably. Let's get going.
"Well, you ain't gonna find no trail like that. Trail gone cold."
Can't you point me in the right direction?
"Yeah, I could.
Please?
How much gold you got on you, boy?"
Mm. 5.
"That'll do it." And he looks over at this human this smaller human man standing next to him who's like actually tying off the lines and manning the boat, and they both kind of like high five each other. He's like, "Yeah, 5 gold do it."
Alright. Where are they?
"Well, you're the first one to actually accept the money. You're the first one to actually pay, old Cleet. So, I tell you what. I'll tell you where they really went. Them other hunting party boys, them are over in the Copper District now." And he like kind of elbows his friend, and they both start laughing at it, and they're like,
I'm gonna roll insight.
"Okay, yeah, roll insight."
Yeah, don't fuck with me and take my money. Yeah, no. Nah. They, Whew. Okay, so, insight. Here we go. Something I'm good at. That is a 24!
They are telling the truth. The other people refused to pay them, so they sent them in the wrong direction.
Copper District. Great. Alright.
Wait, hold on there now, boy. The Copper District ain't where this person going. Copper District where we sent them fool boys.
Ah,
I tell you where they are.
okay.
How much gold you got on you? I'm just playing with you there, boy. The 5 gold was more than enough. You should have seen your face there, boy. It was so naughty. Looked like a little frowning bear. Nah, I'll tell you what. They're over in the Brass District now. They're trying to see them cats over at the bazaar, trying to make sure that they won't leave the city now by boat nor caravan nor flying machine. So they're looking for another way out. They're looking for the tunnels. Now, a lot of tunnels controlled by that there Order of the Mutant. So not many be letting them out unless you've been greasing some palms. And this cat ain't looking to pay more than they have. They're heading to the Temple of Shantae to see if they can't sneak their way out in the old irrigation channels. Ah. But I tell you what there, boy. You best get running quick. Because them irrigation channels ain't necessarily stable, and you may have yourself one buried kitty here soon.
Alright, well, good to know. Anything else I need to know quick?
You looking to buy a boat?
I will definitely talk to you about that later. I'm gonna flip him a silver piece.
He takes the silver piece and he's like, well, thank you. Good hunting now, boy.
Will do.
And with that would conclude your first day of hunting because it takes you some time to get over the Temple of Shantae as you kind of like search around the area. The irrigation channels, from what you can tell, haven't been used just yet. You can tell that someone's definitely been tracking around them, that someone's been scoping them out, but they're not looking to escape just yet. So you can either camp out near the temple, or you can find another place to stay for the night close by.
I'm gonna do some badass meditating.
Okay. So I'll just bring you over here as you meditate. There's actually a nice little garden in the back for meditation with this large gazebo made of, fine wood. It's not been painted or anything. It's just been, hewn from the tree and placed here and very ornately stacked. It's covered in this nice, floral hanging garden. And you just kind of meditate there, and it's a very tranquil and peaceful place for you to find purchase.
Well, alrighty.
And I'm just going to check in real quick. Is Storm back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, so now that we have done some of Rando's hunt, we're going to pick back up with you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So on day 2, you're handed this wooden training sword. You take the dagger, run across your hand, and place it across your blade, and the Dawn Rite activates on your blade. It's kind of, it flickers, it's faint and weak for a moment, but as you kind of like once again find that tranquil mentality, it flares once again with that bright light. And he looks at you and goes, now, we're going to focus on maintaining that while in a combat scenario.
Combat's something I'm good at.
Sure. And he kind of takes his stance, and you notice that his wooden training sword is actually like a wooden training great sword.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, so, hope you don't mind, I, brought some friends. And you notice that his young charge, his apprentice, steps out, and she kind of waves at you sheepishly, holding like a little wooden training sword. And you watch as another more seasoned member of the Ghost Slayer Order steps out, and he looks like more than a little eager to lay the smack down on you.
Hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna turn on the Boots of Haste and cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Oh, well, that's no fun, but
I have no armor.
Fair enough. Well, and they, in turn, cast enchantments on their weapons.
Oh, god damn it.
And now you're gonna roll for survival.
Okay, hold on. Right now,
Yeah, I know it's not normally what survival's rolled for, but this feels like an instance where you need to survive.
natural 20.
You do good there, boy. You duck and weave between these blades pretty well, and with the training yesterday, it got you able to anticipate when the blades would come, or when the blows would come. So you apply that in your training today, and you're able to maintain the dawn right for a good majority of the time. You have to occasionally stop to reapply it, as with most of your other rights, but for the most part, you don't really falter in your usage of it.
Merrick's just at the end of the day, just like panting heavily, trying to focus on this new fucking lightsaber he's got.
They look at you and they go, well, you're probably one of the people who's grasped it the fastest out of the people I've trained. And he kind of eyes his apprentice, and she goes, yeah. You're doing real good. And the other guy goes, gotta say, when you invited me out here today, I didn't expect to be, squaring up with no Lycan. But, glad to say that I did. And you're sure this is gonna piss off and the Earth Genasi just nods. He's like, oh yeah. He's like, okay, cool. Alright, well, I've got patrols to do, so I'll have to catch y'all later. And he looks at you and he goes, keep up the good work. And he leaves.
Merrick just calls out to the guy who, like, since the whole Lycan comment, like, come on, we're all blood hunters here, we're on the same team.
He's already gone.
Ah, fuck it.
I know, I mean, like, he understands that. It wasn't meant derogatorily. Like, he meant it as, like, an indication of your order.
Yeah. Merrick just...
Like, just like you would say, you know, that's a quartermaster, or this is a member of the, you know, Army Corps of Engineers. Like, it's
yeah, I get you.
Indicative of your order. He wasn't meaning anything by it.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for clarifying.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and move into the third day, where Evan trains you in attacking with the right. This time, you get to be on the offensive.
Oh, boy.
And now he's going to roll survival, and you're going to roll to hit.
Okay, so I get this with the wooden sword, right?
This is a wooden sword with dawn right.
So, okay, so not the +1 that I normally would deal.
Yes. I mean, you'll still get your dueling bonus of +2 damage.
Yeah, just my 2 hits doesn't get the +1, so
correct.
That's a 21 to hit.
That hits his AC, and her survival was good enough to not get completely brutalized during this session. So y'all spar pretty well, and he you know, holds his own and is able to kind of like combat with you as y'all spar vigorously, and he comments on how well you're doing during this training, and at the end of it, you realize that you had to, you know, try and focus less and less on the sensation of this tranquility. It's just become natural for you now, just as natural as focusing on the, you know, the
storm and frost.
Yeah, like just that kind of cold temperament that that you require for frost, and focusing on you know, the energetic power you have to bring to the rite of the storm. It's just as natural to you as the others.
Yay! I don't suppose while I'm doing this, I have any chance to sort of, for lack of a better term, inspect him for corruption among the blood hunters. Could I also do that in conjunction with this, or
you can roll insight, and we'll just say it applies for the past 3 days. And if you'd like to roll insight on the other 2 members you met with yesterday, you can do that as well.
That'd be appreciated. Okay.
You'll need to roll 3 insight rolls, basically.
That's another natural 20.
Okay. Keep rolling.
Second. Well, that's not as good. That's 9.
Okay.
And that's a 20 total.
Okay. You can tell from your training that Evan is not someone who is taken on the corruption. He is definitely abrasive, and he has this rough nature to him. But you can tell that deep down he really does care about protecting people, and that he does honor his position as a blood hunter. He just, this is his nature.
Okay.
On his apprentice, you can't quite tell. You have a pretty alright gauge of her personality, but you're not certain if she is up on the take, just because your insight wasn't that great.
Okay.
I mean, you've known her enough to know that she probably wouldn't, but you just from this encounter and like actually gauging her to see if she may have betrayed, like you can't tell. As for the other guy, yeah, he's definitely not on the take, but he's also not necessarily on the up and up either. He's kind of, you can tell
he's
that
not shady, but he's not the most gallant blood hunter who ever walked the earth.
yeah, he's not like taking money from the coffers, but at the same time, you assume that when someone says use necessary force, he probably doesn't.
He's kind of just the average blood hunter, not necessarily anyone extremely bad or extremely good.
Yeah, he's just kind of in the middle.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know.
With that, we're going to move into the next thing. We're going to run back over to Rando. We're going to try and, since it's we're about 2.5 hours in, we're moving along at a pretty good pace, but I might try and pick up some of the pace for this. So it is now the next day. You are back investigating the area again.
Sounds good.
And as you arrive, you kind of like look the place over, and you notice that the area, like the ground around kind of like the cellar into kind of the irrigation channels beneath the temple, have been disturbed. I guess I shouldn't say irrigation channels, because irrigation is normally like above ground processes. I guess these would be more like, I don't know, flood channels. For those at home, I am not an expert at any form of agriculture. If I cared for a plant, it would die. So I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm doing the best I can here. So there's tunnels. They store water of some variety. Rando, go.
I guess I should probably do a bit of investigation before I come to any conclusion.
You can either roll investigation or survival. Your bid.
Let me look at what's higher. I feel like they're the same, personally. Nope. All right, we're going survival.
Yeah, you're more of a tracker, not a detective.
Woo! 20.
Natural?
No.
Okay. Yeah, you notice that the area has been disturbed. It is definitely the prints around are definitely paw prints. You can tell from kind of like watching, the ground around Yusuf and the others when they walk. You can tell that these are tabaxi prints. They are leading down into the caverns beneath. As you enter into this area and kind of like feel around, you're able to kind of like track the movement of things. But you can also kind of see what the boatman was talking about. This area is not very stable. Like, it's reinforced, but the beams are older. You feel that if someone were to get rowdy, it may disturb the environment.
All right. What can I do that's quick, painless, and can knock somebody out? All right. Let me look at my spells.
I mean, you can shadow wind them to death.
We know it. Ah, damn, that would have been a cool one to do, but never mind. Alright, I'm just gonna keep walking very carefully. Shh, I'm hunting the Voxy.
As you make your way through the tunnels, your dark vision allows you some purchase in the darkness. There are some torchlight around, but for the most part, you can tell that some of these have been snuffed out, as if someone's trying to cover their tracks.
Amateur hour.
But your dark vision allows you purchase through the darkness. And as you make your way through the winding tunnels, you can see someone ahead moving very slowly. You can almost tell that they can't necessarily see very well in the dark. And there is a torch that is on the move.
I'd like to roll perception.
Okay.
To, like, make out more, to, like, try and make out more of what's going on.
Roll to perceive.
I'll perceive it.
Woo! I was gonna look at, I think that's good. Let me look at my perception. I think that's a +8. That's persuasion. I want. Yeah, okay, yep, that's another 20. Normal, not nat.
Yeah, you perceiving through the tunnel ways, you are able to tell that it is a young tabaxi female. She is creeping along very, very carefully.
Is this his daughter?
You don't know. From this distance, you can't tell physical features. You can only see the back of their head and the clothes they're wearing. They're wearing kind of like a light blue dress with kind of a brown overcloak. And they are moving very slowly and carefully through the winding maze with this torch to guide them.
Now it's just the one?
Yeah, it's just one tabaxi.
Alright. How do I want to go about this?
You tell me.
I think many places are closing right now.
I'm gonna whisper very silently. Thank you.
Okay, one moment. I mean, yeah, some places are closing. I mean, you've still got your half burger if you want to warm that up.
Yeah, I'll probably will.
I'm probably not going to eat anything right now.
Okay.
And with your quoth of bacon, you feel the usual sensation of the shade creeping over your shoulder, and you just hear, yes.
Alright. I'm going to do a quick. I'm gonna think this.
Mm-hmm.
And you read my thoughts.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. That makes things a lot easier, so I don't have to talk out loud.
You have never had to speak.
I never knew that.
You never asked.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, we're getting off track. I do require your assistance. Could you, by any chance, obtain the tabaxi in front of us without hurting her?
I can. What do you
Alright.
mean by obtain?
Without harming her in any way, shape, or form. I'm gonna send the image, like what I'm thinking, so it's I can describe, I can quote unquote describe it better.
Yeah, okay.
Of him not quite, kinda, I guess grabbing her, but in a non-harming way, so that he can just pull her towards us.
He kind of... You see a look of confusion across his shade-like face. And he goes, I can attempt.
And if you cannot do this, just switch my place with her.
That would not be beneficial.
Well, that way she can't, get past me. If you cannot do that.
She will get past you.
We'll see. We'll see.
He literally points behind you to the tunnel you walked through and says, if we change positions, she would just turn and flee.
Yes, but this is the quote-unquote best way for her to get out of the town. So if I put myself in front of her, she can't get out this way. And I'm pretty sure I can catch her.
Very well. And you watch as he kind of fades into the darkness. And you watch as the shadows across this tunnel begin to churn and weave, as if something is crawling through them. And as the torchlight faintly flickers and casts shadows across the walls, you watch as this full-formed shade appears before her, mouth agape, cascading white light across her face as it shrieks and grabs her.
What? Oh, no.
And starts bringing her towards you, kicking and screaming.
Yeah, that's kind of what I asked.
And all you hear is her, like, fighting, just going, no, please, no! And he's just like... as it, like, shrieks and howls throughout this tunnel. And after a while, you just watch her go limp.
Oh. Did she faint?
As he brings her over to you, you check her vitals. She has passed out, but you can tell based on her erratic pulse, she is in shock.
Oh, God. All right. Dr. Meeshroom is in the house. Here we go.
I have obtained her.
Thank you, Shadowwind. That is all for now.
You
I am so sorry.
Welcome. And it smiles this eerie grin as it fades into the shadows.
All right. Doctor of Herbology, here we come. So, let me just look here quick. So, out of curiosity, where did you put that, nice little ability?
It's under your background, under, racial traits.
Oh, okay. Let me scroll down. Nice, nice. I do like that. Alright. Yep.
Just letting you know you're on a timetable, Dr. Meeshorm. Your patient is in shock.
I'm going to, yeah, I know. I'm gonna start healing. I had to find my stuff. Gotta roll medicine! I think it's an advantage, so I'm just gonna roll the first one just in case I don't. Yeah. What the hell? So there, so that's a plus medicine. That's a 19.
Okay. You are able to stabilize your patient. They are
Goddamn.
still expressing symptoms of shock, but they are no longer in any life-threatening danger.
God damn it. I'm pretty sure I have a potion or so. Does my magic heal shock? Like,
Let's see, Rando! Does your magic fix someone going catatonic from fear? Does lesser restoration cure fear?
Yeah, it does.
A disease or one condition affecting it?
Then I guess you can cast lesser restoration.
Well, there we go! Yay!
Nat 20!
You don't have to roll for lesser restoration.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interject, but lesser res, the condition has to be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
Can be.
Let me actually go ahead and read over that spell description.
It
Thank you, Vex.
wouldn't list them if it wouldn't list them if.
That might be
more.
greater restoration we're thinking of.
This is okay, guys. We're applying magic to a real world physical condition. None of this makes sense. Besides, I believe that if you can cure blindness, deafness, or paralysis, you can, like, snap someone out of shock. I'll allow it in this situation, but moving forward, yes. It would need to be of these conditions. This is the one instance I'm going to allow it because this is not, like, combat stakes. This is legitimately narrative, so I will allow your lesser restoration this once to cure the fear that you have imposed upon this creature.
I thought about it, like, and I'm just like, you know, this is probably a really bad idea.
You think?
Then why did you do it? It's my first bounty, like, it's my first actual bounty on my own with, you know, a Fey being. I was very curious how this is gonna play out.
Let me just put it this way. She is now stabilized and is coming to.
Okay, I have
Coming
that
to as
binding
an also?
rope. I'm going to use that.
Rope of entanglement?
Yeah.
Alright, as they begin to wake up and look at you, and you see them tense and get ready to attack, you throw out your rope of entanglement, and the magical rope begins to wrap itself around them, binding them completely, and they begin to struggle against it to no avail.
Look, if you keep this up, I'm gonna have to turn you into a snail. I don't want to turn you into a snail.
At that, they look at you and they freeze, kind of in that same terror that they had when you summoned this demon. And they freeze
I'm
and
very powerful.
and they pause and they relax.
I'm not here to hurt you. I swear on my Fey God. I'm not here to hurt you. Okay? So let's
There really should be more use to the image.
let's chill. I'm gonna like take the bindings off of her mouth so like I can at least talk to her.
She wasn't bound at the mouth, like it wrapped
Oh.
itself around her torso.
Oh, I thought it was bound at the mouth as well. I wasn't sure.
It's a rope of entanglement, not a rope of bondage.
Kinky. Anyway.
Yeah, God.
And she looks at you and she goes, "And what reason do I have to trust a bounty hunter? What purpose do you serve?"
I'm just doing this for a friend. Yusuf.
You're doing this for my uncle? What is he
Oh.
paying you?
Actually, funny story, he's not paying me.
Then, why are you doing this?
As I said, it's for a friend. You can see I'm not exactly like
Kinda like
the
one.
super hardcore. I'm gonna murder everything. That was the old me. I'm nicer.
She gets afraid when you mention murder everything.
Oh shit! This is not going the way I planned. Long story short, I'm sorry I scared you.
Apology accepted.
Now, I'm going to take the binds off of you.
Accepted so easily.
Please don't try and run.
She relaxes.
I have my hand on. I have Thorn Whip at the ready in my I'm like ready to activate it. If she tries anything funny, I know I'm not aiming to kill, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
I need something to catch her with in case she tries to run.
Of course.
Now I just realized that was a terrible idea. I'm used to actually fighting my bounties.
Hey,
not,
no,
you know.
it's fine. It's fine. You're releasing the entanglements.
I could roll entanglement. I think yeah.
I know I said, are you releasing the rope?
I'm gonna roll I'm gonna roll insight. First, is she gonna try and run?
Roll insight.
Yeah, that's a 26.
She is not going to try and run, but she is prepping to attack you the second those ropes come off.
Alright, let's go! So, before I do this, just know I've killed many people. So, before you try anything, yeah, I look young. For an elf. I've killed many people over. I'm gonna ask you nicely. Oh, you want me to kill you?
Well, I'm assuming that my uncle told you not to harm me. He wishes to bring me back to the caravan. So, there are two ways to deprive him of this.
Okay,
Either
princess,
I...
why are you trying to run away?
Because I do not wish to be bound to a caravan for the rest of my life. I do not wish to serve as some pastry wench when there are greater fortunes to be found in the world and greater experiences to explore.
Now I'm an adventurer. I go on trips all the time.
I do not seek to kill and
Well-
maim as you do, you filthy cretin.
Oh, we're using words I don't understand now. Okay.
I seek to escape and to learn. To become a
Okay.
scholar to my people. A
How do you feel
people.
about a library?
She pauses. And what would you know of a library?
Well,
As she kind of like eyes you like with your fucking ragged outfit and your fucking like fur cloak.
these are my dad. Okay, my adopted dad. These are my adopted dad's clothes. I wear them in respect.
She cocks an eyebrow.
I can read, okay? I'm 59 years old. I can read, okay?
Oh, but of course. She says like condescendingly.
God. Okay. Back to the library. How do you feel about a library?
It would serve a purpose.
Okay. How do you feel about a mansion?
She cocks another eyebrow and becomes exceptionally suspicious of you. She's gonna roll insight on you.
My dad's rich.
I know you're telling the truth, but she does not, and she does not believe
I
you.
know. She's like, she believes me?
She does not. She rolled a 6 insight. She thinks you're lying.
Oh my god. Okay. No tricks. No nothing. I'm gonna remove the I'm gonna move the binds from her. If you think I'm lying, follow me. I will prove you wrong.
As you remove the bindings, she does not attack you.
She's gonna. Okay. Nice.
Well, lead the way.
Okay. And I do apologize. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. My name's Rando Meeshroom.
She cocks an eyebrow again.
I could be a gentleman.
Anala.
Anala?
Yes.
Hey. I'm gonna write that down. Potential family? Question mark. How do you spell that? A-N.
A-N-A-L-A.
Nice.
Well, lead on.
I'm going. Yep. So I'm gonna lead her back to. I'm gonna take her to my house.
Okay.
Oh no, she doesn't know about my dragon brother.
She does not. And on that note,
I have a brother who's a dragon.
on that note, hey Trappet.
Yeah.
Oh no.
How far along are you in your magical research? Would you say you're in the R&D phase or the test out my spell phase?
Probably at this point, test out spell phase.
Perfect! So, Rando, as you lead her up the nice, cobblestone way towards the mansion, she sees the forests outside your mansion explode as Ari in full draconic form comes bounding out, kind of like shakes his scales and kind of like morphs back into his human form and stretches. And then he looks at you and he waves, and Anala looks fucking horrified.
Yeah, this is my family.
And then before you can even finish that sentence, where would you be practicing these spells, Trappet?
Probably in a clearing near the house.
You watch as the clearing near your house goes up in fucking flames.
Probably where Ari... Basically, I told Ari to get...
I'm sorry, Rando, please. Hawk, what were you saying?
I said I would have told Ari to get a little distance as I test out this next spell.
So he took out to the woods to kind of like explore and have fun as you did this. So this would be on the opposite side. Like, okay, so if he's kind of like on this side, you'd be on this side, like right over here. So you watch as that section of the fields, like, essentially like the clearing, like where Trappet's vegetable garden used to be. Like, it's been a while since it's been tended to, so it had kind of like rotted and kind of gone to shit. You'd been doing your best to kind of like tend and repurpose it, Rando. And you'd been making progress, and you watch as it just goes up in fucking flames. And, just as a question, Trappet, just for the fun of this, how enthusiastically would you say Trappet is testing these spells?
Very enthusiastically. He has a lot of energy to vent.
Cool. So as you approach, she watches as this dragon bounds out of the woods, your vegetable garden goes up in flares, and a high elf man stands among it, cackling like a madman as flames spread across your hard work.
Oh no, I got something for this. It's like,
should I turn my volume down? Dad, I have company.
Ah, Rando.
She faints again.
Dad, this is the first girl I brought home, and you make her faint.
I didn't have that effect on women.
You said the house is on fire.
I mean, the house isn't on fire. The vegetable garden is.
Oh. You said the vegetables on fire.
I just snapped my finger and put out the flames. Yeah, you never eat enough vegetables anyway. I mean, you're not gonna be eating any now, but
you know where I lived. Of course I eat my vegetables. And deer. But that's beside the point.
As you're having this discussion, Ari just walks over and starts poking the unconscious woman who is just laying on the ground.
Ari!
Ari? What did I tell you about manners? You ask a woman before you poke her.
She's unconscious.
He picks her up and just kind of like pats the side of her face, and you watch as kind of like a healing energy washes over her as her eyes begin to like flutter open again.
Okay, let's back up, everybody. She's gonna freak out. She's new to the whole
everything
powerhouse,
and she kind of like as she awakens, she just kind of like scrambles back and just stares at all of you. As I'm assuming Randall's just kind of like sheepishly like just like, this is my family. And Ari's just like smiling and waving.
This is my brother. Adopted brother. He's my favorite brother.
He looks at her and goes, hello. And she just kind of like looks confused and then looks at the person who moments ago was standing amidst a field of burning rutabagas and cackling like an insane person.
This is my dad.
Ah, Trapper Dosselin. It's a pleasure to meet you, lads.
Anala, the pleasure is mine. And she kind of like looks over y'all like exceptionally confused and then just looks back at the very nice mansion that she is standing before and just looks at you kind of in shock, Rando, because you are actually telling the truth.
I'm a really bad liar, so I don't do that.
And what can we do for you today, dear?
Actually, we're here to show her the library.
Alright.
It's not in flames, is it?
We say?
Just like it's not in flames, is it?
No, of course not. Knowledge is
Okay.
very important, young one.
As he says that, like Ari kind of chimes up with, I'm assuming a quote that Trappet has said a few times. He just goes, "Knowledge is power," and kind of gives you a thumbs up, like I said it right.
Yes, you did. I pat him on the head.
She just looks exceptionally confused by this, and it's just like, you said there was a library.
Yeah.
May I take a look?
Go ahead.
She kind of hesitantly gets to her feet and begins to walk towards the house. As she approaches the front door, she opens it and just kind of is standing in the foyer, like kind of mouth agape. Do you show her where the library is, or do you just let her loose in the house?
I'm gonna lead her, yeah.
Well, you didn't stay.
I'm a gentleman.
I go, Ari, please, show, Randall's friend to the library.
Ari begins to show her to the library, and she follows him to the library.
Randall? You did not tell me you were bringing guests over.
In all honesty, I didn't. This was a bounty quest, so I was like, yeah, sure. From my my Tabaxi friend, Yusuf.
Mm-hmm.
This is his niece.
Alright. And I'll get the feeling this might be more than just a social visit for her then.
Look at those clouds. Look at that.
I shoot the clouds.
Look at that blue sky.
I'm just looking to like dead on at him and just blast the clouds with a finger. Randall, is there something you want to tell your dear dad?
Nothing yet. Look, I'm bad at lying, so as long as I don't say anything, I'm not lying.
Just giving you a glare. Just kind of, it's like that thing in anime where you just like loom over someone.
Just like,
Just like the JoJo's menacing tags start displaying around Trappet.
Just a little super deformed at the same time. Alright, what is it?
She seems nice.
Randall, did
Did you just capture a girlfriend?
I can't even, like, hear that without laughing. Because I just sound so wrong.
It does. It really does.
It sounds wrong for good
Capture a
reason.
girlfriend? Yeah, it's... Anyway. Look, I'm gonna show her the library. I'm gonna show her the house. I'm not gonna take her to my room, because that's my space. Anyway, and yeah, then I'm gonna take her back. And then she'll, if you're okay with it, Dad, she'll be allowed to come back here whenever.
That reminds me, whatever happened to the intern we picked up?
Percy?
He comes out at the mention of his name. Jeffrey exits the like comes out into the foyer and walks down the steps and he goes, Mr. Dawson, I brought your cucumber sandwich. He looks over at like the burn like the charred remains of the vegetable fields. He's like, well, looks like we won't have any more cucumbers, so I hope you enjoy the last of the cucumber sandwiches and your sparkling water.
Ah, thank you, lad.
I think I can probably fix this.
Please do. And he like goes back into the house.
I swear I saw like a restore vegetation or something.
You'll
whatever.
enjoy it. You'll work it out.
I mean, technically, yeah, you can change all the spells you have prepared and look over like, just look over the druid spell list and see if there's anything that would help you in this later situation.
Yeah.
She's rather cute, I suppose, for a tabaxi.
Yeah. But hey,
What? You're down a sibling?
yeah, I'm down a sibling. Yeah, I am. And technically, we're also up one, so we're evened out right now.
Well, I suppose she can stay. But she's your responsibility and the intern's.
You make her sound like a pet.
Well, she's a cat.
She has rights.
On this continent.
Yeah.
I feel like this is going in a direction I did not intend.
I mean, yeah, I wasn't exactly expecting this either. I'm not gonna lie. But
I mean, Dad, I wasn't expecting your blatant cat racism.
he just
Exactly,
like,
not
like he
expecting
hears
either.
it, he hears it, makes a comment, just keeps going. He's just like,
I mean, I've had plenty of tabaxi friends over the years. I even dated a tabaxi.
I don't want to hear that. Is one of my siblings like a half cat?
I don't even know if that's possible.
I don't know.
His eyes narrow and he looks at you and looks back at the door.
What do you want from me? It's all about it.
Alright, oh well.
Okay. Yeah. I just gotta take her back after. Excuse me, I have a cough.
That's fine.
I just gotta take her back to her uncle, one of my very dear friends, and hope that they let her do what she wants.
Tell you what. Why don't Arya and I go with you? As in, you know, you bring her back riding an emerald dragon. Was someone who really wants to try out a new spell.
How about no? That's why I don't want you to come with.
I'm just
mean,
trying to
just
stick up for my boy. And for his lady friend.
Dad, trap it. Look,
I literally just captured her without even me touching her. That sounds weirder than I meant it to be, but that's what happened, okay?
Well, at least
I
I don't have
think
to worry
I
about
can
a
take
literal
care of a
crime.
but. What?
Nothing.
I think I can take care of them if they try and be violent with me. We took on a beholder. I think we can take on a bunch of tabaxi.
Weren't you unable to do anything during the beholder fight because all of your spells were damaged or was knocked out by the beholder? I was behind
Actually,
this.
I
I was
was
just
the-
shooting it the whole time.
I was actually the one who could use my abilities during that fight. I just was not thinking straight, and I was very upset. I was going through a phase, Dad.
Also, it was we took on a beholder. Anyway, let's show the library, I suppose.
Yeah.
With that, I'm going to go ahead and work on wrapping this. As y'all kind of like show her the library and y'all do your work, she reads over some tomes and kind of asks y'all some questions about some books and you know, like, y'all have an academic discussion. And then as the sun begins to set, you begin to lead her back to the caravan. And as y'all arrive, like, Yusuf greets you, and the other tabaxi kind of usher her in, and he goes, "Thank you for bringing in our lost sheep, Rando friend. I am most pleased that you were able to complete what others failed to do."
Yeah. What's the chance that she doesn't have to do the same job that all of you are doing?
Well, considering she is the only daughter that my older brother has, and he has no other offspring, she is the only one set to inherit his business. How else will we be able to sell our decorative glasswares? And he motions over to this very nice cabinet with a lot of decorative, like, glass ornaments inside of it.
Just a question. Is Trap it with me right now or no?
I'm okay with that.
I mean, did you want to come with? I'd assumed you were working on your spell still.
Yeah, I can take a break for a couple hours.
Okay, then yeah, he's with you.
You cut out.
Yes, you're with Rando.
Okay.
She is the only one who will be able to inherit the glassblower's mantle and make sure that we are able to continue to profit from one of our more lucrative businesses.
Well, my dad here is a pretty good salesman when he wants to.
I'm a little adept at making deals, you might say.
He cocks an eyebrow at you, Rando, and is just kind of like, "I get the distinct feeling we are going to have a disagreement on how I should be running my family."
Or a joint business.
He takes a seat on this cushion.
Oh no.
And motions, and once again this gnomish woman walks in, and she sets a large pipe between y'all, and he says, "Please, let us discuss business then." And for the first time, Rando, that you've met Yusuf, this is the first time he's not being cordial with you.
Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen.
You wish to have my niece, instead of inheriting the business that she has always been set to inherit and do the work that we require from her, you suggest that she does what? Plays off in frightful fancy while you take her place, or your father decides to peddle our wares? But let me ask you this, friend Rando, who will manufacture them? Who will make these wares, for you see, this is a family-owned business. We all work to sell, and we all work to make. There is no break in the chain of supply and demand.
What, without going into too many of your family's secrets of creation, what's are most of the materials made out of?
In Anala's case, she will be working as she has been a apprentice to her father, who is a glass blower. He creates the decorative pieces you see around you, and ensures that these pieces are sold at market to collectors and buyers, so that we may turn profit and compensate ourselves for the glass materials that we purchase.
Well, we do have a couple of skills from our side of the family, from my family.
So you blow glass?
I'm gonna roll insight.
Into what?
How good is Ari at anything?
I was actually going to propose something.
Okay, I mean he's open for anyone to interject.
I actually have a little bit of experience with glass blowing and the like.
He cocks an eyebrow at you.
I've lived a long and interesting life. Have you ever thought about more mass producing? Still handmade, you have the artisanal qualities, but a dragon can blow far more glass in an afternoon than a tabaxi would be able to in a week.
And he smirks. And tell me, Mr.
Dusselin.
Tell me, Mr. Dusselin. Compatriot of friend Rendo. Where do you expect us to procure a dragon?
I brought Ari with me, didn't I? Because he's kind of going everywhere I go.
You never said, but I can assume that if you didn't leave him at home with Jeffrey, you may have dragged him along with you. Yes.
All right. We're indoors, right?
Yeah, you're inside a tent.
All right. Let's step outside for a moment.
Okay, y'all step outside, and he chooses to indulge you. He follows you outside.
Ari, would you be a dear?
He looks around kind of nervously and goes,
It's okay.
And the second he starts to transform, and like his form begins to shift, like Yusuf's eyes go wide, but before anything can happen, you just hear the blowing of whistles, and you hear, "Hey, what's all this then?" And a bunch of town guard come up, and they're like, "What's all this then?"
Hold on for a second then, Ari.
We're discussing business.
And he looks over at R and he goes, "Dragons are not to assume their true form inside the city limits."
Alright, Ari, we just learned a very good rule today.
We did not know that.
And he looks at you and he goes, and he sees your Platinum Watch badges and he goes, "You're part of, but the law."
What's wrong with dragons?
He looks at you, Rando, and he goes, "Don't start." And he looks over to Trapper and he goes, "You get this one warning. As y'all are as much law keepers as we are, I'll understand that you obey it."
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of like leans back and he looks over at Rando and he goes, "And you, I've heard about you. Keep your nose clean." And he slowly walks away while kind of like occasionally looking back and staring at you and then walking away. And then looking back.
Shadowing thing. It's just because of the shadowing thing.
This is definitely still because of the revealing Shadowing in broad daylight thing.
Probably.
It's not my fault.
It's very much.
I kicked someone in the dick. How did I cause less of a problem?
Yeah, but you're no longer a ghost.
Fair enough.
Also, I thought we were out. Sorry, I thought their camp was outside of town.
No, it's like in the bazaar. Like it's in the middle of town.
Oh.
Y'all are
Sorry,
right here.
That was on me. That was on me. I
Uh,
was like, oh, good, nice big field. Nope.
nice big crater, more like.
That's fine. It's fine.
The wreckage of buildings everywhere, people screaming.
Alright, I think you sat on an orphanage.
Oh.
Anyway, Yusuf looks at you and he goes, okay, that was, less than desirable, but I see your point. And you propose to offer this boy to us, this dragon boy?
And no. He'll be creating the goods in the comfort of our home. And we'll have it delivered to you. If he wishes to. Alright, it's entirely up to you. I thought you might want a little hobby.
He looks very confused by all of this. And just kind of like tugs on your sleeve and tries to pull you aside, trap it.
I'm going to explain it in Draconic
agree.
to help him understand a bit
Yeah,
better.
no, he's going to talk to both of y'all in Draconic for this.
Yeah.
So he speaks in Draconic, you know. This is a very bad plan. I do not want to blow glass.
Okay. Well, alright. We won't have you do it then. Not
Sure.
a problem at all to me.
That's fair.
He walks back over towards Yusuf with the rest of you.
In Draconic, I just tell him, like, I did it a few centuries ago. It was weirdly relaxing.
He just kind of shrinks down.
He doesn't want to do it.
Alright, no, I'm not gonna force him to. I'm okay with this.
So Yusuf is like, well, will the dragon boy be making the glass?
No, he does not want to.
Then I see that we are back at our original position. So, are we done here?
Sorry, I just looked down at the chat. The storm. No one wants this fucking job. Avok, wanna blow glass? Well, we do have. I look in Draconic. I look over to Rando, and just say, "What about the intern?"
I don't know if he's. I don't know if he's up for it.
All right, so she does not want to blow glass, correct?
It appears so. She has never voiced such concerns to us.
And it's in doing so, she is forced to stay here. Does she want to leave? I'm saying this to Rando and Draconic. I'm just like, fill me in.
Well, okay, so she ran away. She wants to be more adventurous, and she doesn't want to stay with the family anymore. Really.
All right.
And
The child. And turn back to the Tabaxi. It seems just she wants a little more independence. How about if she agrees to it, and if you agree to it, would you allow her to live off on her own? Maybe in a place where she could produce product for you.
He ponders.
I have
this.
plenty of space at my home. We can set up some kilns and some facilities. Again, if she wants to.
He ponders this and looks very suspiciously at Rando.
I'm trying.
And he goes, if she were to continue her apprenticeship, but wish to do it away, I would be receptive, but she has to continue her work and her studies. If she were to refuse to work on the glass while away from home, she would be brought back, and once again she would be apprenticed to her father. Would that be acceptable?
That sounds good to me.
Is she here with us, or she's back at our place?
She kind of emerges from the tent, and she nods, and he goes, very well, then you may leave the flock, little one. But again, and he looks to her and he goes, if you do not continue your studies, and if at any point we require you to return to assume your father's mantle, you will return. And that will be the end of that discussion. And she kind of nods sheepishly. Well, then we are right in the court. Well, you may leave with the elf men and their pet dragon boy.
No, not a pet. He's family.
Their cousin dragon boy. And may live at their estate. And, friend Rando.
Yes.
I would like to inform you that on behalf of the Tabaxi caravans run by Yusuf and Sons, you are no longer required for your services. And should you wish to do business in the future, you may be able to, but any discounts for friends and compatriots are now revoked. You may leave.
That's fair.
And he enters back inside the tent. And with that, that is the end of Rando's bounty. We've kind of gotten off the beat, so we're gonna go ahead and try and get through these next few as quickly as possible. Avok and Alpha, you report back to Su Yen's the next day for training. And she does a gauge of your abilities. So she has you all spar with one another. I need each of you to roll me a d20, add either your strength or your dex, whichever one you would prefer to add, and let me know the result.
Alright.
Ooh,
That's a nat 20.
that's a 10.
Okay, Avok, as you are determined to get Master Su Yen's approval and training, you prepare yourself to spar with your compatriot, and you know, kind of like steal your thoughts, and kind of as you start to gather your center, the second they say begin and you ready yourself, Alpha is already charging you.
Shit.
And as you kind of like backpedal, you trip kind of like on some gravel, and as you are now on this dwarf's level, he just starts beating the crap out of you. I'm sorry, he rolled a natural 20!
No, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it.
And as this fight goes on,
20.
like, Su Yen at first is like, you know, like has this expression like, I shall gauge his abilities and see if he's worthy. And the second, like, you trip and the dwarf starts, like, slapping the crap out of you, she's just horrified.
Imagine he jumped on my dick. Like, that's poetic.
Oh, okay, Red, please rephrase that.
Like, imagine like he didn't, like, jumped into the air and just started wailing at my face.
I'll say this. He as you like fell kind of like on your butt, he leaped into the air, putting his center of mass and his very firm legs into your chest, his legs pinning your arms down, and he just started wailing on you, fist after fist in the face.
I will shadow jump.
I mean, yeah, go for it. He's still got some good hits in.
Yeah, but I'll just use that to just shadow jump behind him and just try and get a sneak attack in.
As you begin to use your shadow jump, you hear Suyin bark out, "Enough! I have seen all that I need to."
I was getting warmed up.
She walks over and bows to Alpha Dome, and she says, "You have good battle instincts, but I feel that perhaps the monastic arts are not for you. I feel that while you could benefit from our weapons training, that it may be a bit
You get your ass kicked.
novice for you. I suggest with your level of expertise, the Colosseum may be a better fit for your brand of fighting."
That's probably fair. I've been meaning to do that for the past few weeks. I never actually intended to train under you anyway. I was just here to support my friend.
She bows and she goes, "An honorable pursuit indeed. You are dismissed."
Alpha goes and sits on the sidelines.
She looks at you, Avok, and she goes, "Can you tell me where you went wrong?"
Got too caught up in my head.
You got fucked.
"Indeed. You got too wrapped up in how to plan your strike, how to confront your opponent. When one thinks too hard on how they will approach a situation, they fail to see the situation in front of them. Or in often cases, if they are faced with an insurmountable odd, they convince themselves that they cannot win. It is unfortunate, but we need to break you of this habit. So, we're going to work on honing your instincts. And on that, I'm going to need you to roll me a survival check.
Okay. Oh, that's better for you last time. 19.
19 total?
Yep.
Okay. You take to the training pretty well. It's definitely not your usual approach. You are used to kind of like planning out your moves and striking with certainty and when the moment is opportune. So this level of training is definitely, rough. Essentially, she just has... She basically blindfolds you, puts you in the middle of the courtyard, and has her students cause distractions while other students attack. And for the first bit, you do not do that well. You kind of like try and like, okay, I hear someone behind me. They're probably about this many feet. And before you can even kind of like finish that thought, like calculating where they are, a quarterstaff cracks you in the face. And then as you kind of like stumble back, you're like, okay, didn't see that coming. I can hear someone to my left. Easy peasy. I just got to get ready to strike, and then a crack comes from your right. And it's like this for a good couple of hours until you kind of get the rhythm down. You kind of begin to hear the nuances of things and kind of like tune in less to the sounds and trying to place their location, and more you hear the sounds and you feel where they should be. And as you kind of train, you begin to extend your ki less as a channel through your own body to fight and to cast these abilities of shadow, but you use it as an extension of yourself to feel the surrounding energies about you and begin to kind of like build this instinct. And after a good bit of training, she kind of like calls it to a stop, and she congratulates you. She says, "You have taken to the training faster than most, I will say, but you still have room to grow. Perhaps next week we can meet again and proceed with further training."
I do have a question.
Yes.
I want to learn to you for the sake of the way of the masters. I wish to apply to that, learn an additional skill. Is something like this possible?
She nods and says, "It is not for us to decide when one is ready to take the way of the trial of the master.
Well,
It is up to you. However, I must say this, if one takes the trial before they are ready, they are most certain to fail. You show promise, Avok Korik, but I do not believe you ready for these trials just yet."
neither do I. I was simply trying to make sure that my intention was clear.
It was. And I will say that when you are ready, you will know.
I do have one more question.
Yes?
And I want to preface this by saying that you have my respect. But what is your issue with Guan? You say that masters deserve respect, yet your doorman showed him none. I was insulted for being his student when he saved me from a life that would have killed me. Is he not worthy of respect as well? Or is it only that some masters are worthy of respect?
She grits her teeth at this line of questioning and says, "My history with Guan and the way this dojo views his teachings are my secrets to keep. If you wish to continue your training, very well. But if you wish to pry into histories that are none of your concern, then your tutelage will end here."
I don't wish to pry. I simply just wanted to extend a concern that I was judged before I could be properly judged by you.
And yet, here you stand, training to sharpen your mind and your skills.
I know. I'm just saying maybe your students should also keep an open mind.
She kind of like looks at you and she goes, "So old and yet so lacking in wisdom. You will learn soon." And she just turns and walks away.
Abog just thinks to himself, let's hope I don't learn too much.
And we'll end that there and move into the next thing. So we kind of focused a bit on Trappet, your spellcraft, but for the kind of like finale of this, I want you to roll me Arcana.
Yes. 21. Thank you again, Vex. This dice do good tonight.
Money well spent.
I'll say that in your first day, like kind of when Rando left to do his bounty hunt, your studies went well. You're very familiar. You've spent a lot of time on this earth and had a lot of time to hone your spells and kind of understand the workings of them. So it didn't take you long to see how you've been applying your spell and think of a new way to apply it. And in the second day's tests, you may have gotten a little excited, but you began to hone the idea of how to use your spells. You specifically began to see how they could be tweaked. You saw the way that your shadow magic worked. You felt how pure your fire could be. And you saw just the extent of what your abilities could become if honed further. Now I'm going to need you to roll me a percentile dice.
Kidoki. 86.
86. Well then, Mr. Trapedocelin, of the spells that we discussed previously 2 weeks ago, which would you like to learn?
Ooh, hold on, let me pull up the list again.
Because if you'd rolled anything lower than a 70, I would have gotten to pick.
Can you message me the list again real quick? Sorry, I had it written down,
yeah.
but I can't get my documents to open. My poor computer's going on its last leg.
Gosh, I'm trying really hard to remember. I remember 2 of them vividly, but one of them I am trying and
Message me the 2 you remember, because I might remember the 3rd. We also had an area of effect one.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, no, I just remember we had 2. There was the exploding one, and the other area of effect one. There was the fire one and the shadow one. There were 2 different areas of effects that we worked on.
I'm going to flip a. Well, since we already talked about having fire anyway, I'll do the first one here.
Okay. So then on your 3rd day, as you kind of have honed your skills of flame and kind of consolidated how you intend to do this, you focus and just begin to channel your familiar spell of Scorching Ray. And you begin to... Is it 3 rays or 4 rays normally? It's 3, right?
3 for the basic spell, yes.
So you begin to summon 3 in one hand, and it begins to formulate this power, this sensation, as 3 small darts of energy begin to formulate in your hand, and then you channel your sorcery points and begin to conjure a second in your hand using Quicken Dispel, and you begin to pool these together. You begin to channel these 4 darts as they fight against each other like magnetic poles, shaking and rattling, trying to fight and free themselves. And as you condense them and pool them into a single lance of burning energy, it extends into this blackened and tinged with blue lance of sheer flame and energy. And as you launch it forward, it whistles as it sails, and then as it begins to approach the tree, you pull back, and it halts itself. Right there, hovering in the air before the tree. and you realize the control you have over this weapon. And as you begin to grin, you tweak your wrist one more time, and it begins to sail through, piercing leaf after leaf on the tree without igniting them whatsoever, leaving burning scorches right in the center as it darts between them. 5, 10, 30, 76. It begins to soar and soar, crashing through these leaves, until finally it erupts in a burst of flame high above the tree and explodes outwards, raining small embers and sparks downwards. You have finally crafted a spell worthy of your power. You have finally formed a lance of energy that will serve your whim. You may now add that spell to your list of known spells.
What level?
If I remember correctly, we said it was a 4th level spell.
What's you cut out what?
If I remember correctly, we said it was a 4th level spell.
4th level. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. I'll say that this is how you learned to initially formulate it, but moving forward, it would be a 4th level spell that you can conjure.
Okay. You get it. We'll go over the details of that later.
Yeah, and now we move into the remainder of people's activities, which leaves us back with Avok and Alpha. But 2 separate activities. I should clarify. I'm sorry, I meant to preface. So, because I like the feel of this, we're going to start with Alpha. Alpha.
Alright.
You said that while Shield is being worked on, you wanted to try speaking with it, seeing if that commission in week 1 of it learning common had worked.
Yes.
So as you return to the Platinum Watch HQ and begin to head into the Arcanists' halls, where the team first showed you where to turn in your items and who to speak with to work on them, you kind of like are walking through and you hear kind of like some panicked shouts as some Arcanists kind of like shove past you and run down the hallway. And you realize that the room they're running towards is the room where you dropped off Chilled. And as you kind of like begin to pick up your pace and hurry towards it, you hear deep within the room itself a ferocious roar. And then as you approach the doorway, you hear, "Where is the one who has bound me?"
I'm sorry, you got up.
"Where is the one who has bound me?"
I assume I walked right in the door at that point.
You do. And you see as a multitude of Arcanists are trying to hold a barrier to contain this axe that is thrashing about on its own. Its yellow eyes within the encased glass surface of its icy frame are darting about until they finally fix on your form, and it goes, You who have bound me, you who have sealed me, state your name and purpose."
Have I not told you my name already?
"State it,
Wait.
heathen! State it
Wait.
now!"
Alpha.
Alpha. And the Arcanists look like a little uncertain at this exchange, and he goes, "You have bound me, and you have taught me to speak the Fleshwalker's language. Why?"
I didn't think it was fair that you could understand me, and I couldn't understand you.
It seems confused by this, and seems to calm down a bit, and it says, "Fairness.
There is no fairness. There is servitude, and there is death. Those who command death command the servants, and those who die are not worthy. Why have you bound me?
I'll be honest, I did not mean to. I don't even know how I did. All I know is you attacked us. So, from my point of view, this is your fault.
Attacked you? I did not attack you. I devoured it. The beast of ice and flesh, of primordial essence and fiery temptation. I consumed its soul, tore out its heart, and served it to your purpose. You bound me, and I consumed. For what purpose am I bound?
I am actually. I maybe Vex am actually confused.
You begin to get the feeling, Alpha, that as Shield is talking to you, whatever's talking is not the elemental that you bound to the axe. Whatever this is something older and much angrier. Your survival instincts kind of kick in and you begin to kind of realize whatever entity is residing within your axe, it is what took shape of the elemental of frost and bound it to your axe.
So, it's responsible for its own bounding?
No. This is a separate entity entirely.
But it's the thing that bound the elemental to the axe.
Yes.
And now it itself is the axe.
Yes. You can tell that whatever this thing is, before it took the elemental, it had no speech. Once it consumed the elemental, that is when it began to speak to you in primordial, but you couldn't understand its language. Now that you've taught it common, you can hear its voice for the first time.
I'm still having a bit of difficulty wrapping my head around that. Not gonna lie.
It is a sentient weapon.
Yeah, I get that. So this thing has always been chill. It didn't just devour it.
Correct. It has always
this thing,
been...
This thing has been chill since it became part of the axe.
This thing was the axe. The axe before was sentient, it had no voice. When you killed the elemental, it consumed it.
My axe was always sentient?
Yeah, but it had no voice.
Oh my god. So it's asking me why I bound it?
Why it is bound to you. And for history's purposes, I'll say that this axe was a gift to you from your family. They gave it to you right after the kind of period where you had your blackout. That is when Shield entered your possession.
Fuck! I don't know why you're bound to me. I did not until I did not even know you were sentient. Or no, you can't say sentient. Shit.
You were alive?
I guess, yeah.
It looks confused, and the Arcanists kind of do too, and it says,
But it has no heart. Its heart was taken for the binding. How does it know not of its own ritual? How am I bound to it?
it just kind of begins to kind of like lower itself down, and you could tell it's kind of like, I guess for lack of a better word, sulking. Because it realizes you have no idea how it was bound to you. Like, it knows the ritual to bind itself to another being, but it realizes you had no knowledge of it, nor do you have any answers for it on this subject. So it is kind of sulking.
It's looking for answers as
to why it is in you, like why it is bound to you, but realizing that you don't know how it's bound to you, you're not. It realizes that it's not sure if you know why it was even bound to you in the first place.
You said my heart was used for a ritual?
It perks up and it goes,
Yes. The heart of the warrior is taken, and I am bound to serve the revenant. It whose heart is carved out becomes the revenant, and I serve as its instrument of death.
Well, I both like and hate the sound of that.
We are designed to kill and take. And yet there has not been much killing and taking.
you can tell it's like starting to get a little irritated, because technically the only thing you've actually killed with that axe is the elemental.
I know! That's the point! I did that purposely! I've done that purposely! God damn it! I've actively avoided using this thing.
So how does it feel to have your own grumpy Shadowin?
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of what I was expecting to happen.
Welcome to the club, my brother.
You get a Shadowin, you get a Shadowin, everybody gets a Shadowin!
I don't have a Shadowin. I got a
Is this when we find out
motherfucking
Avon's
dragon.
fists are haunted?
What?
Is this when we're going to find out that Avok has haunted fists?
You've retained the power of ghosts. Phantom
Jenny
Strike.
Phantom.
Oh, by the way,
Come on.
I've had that gift saved since Alpha mentioned not having a heart. I've been waiting for that gift.
Well, if Alpha could clutch his heart, he would be.
Hey, heart.
Okay. There hasn't been much killing. That's because I didn't know if using you would be hurting you. For so long, I thought you were the elemental. Or the fucking long words.
I merely took its voice. I needed to be heard.
And yet you still couldn't talk.
I could speak, I was not understood.
Fair.
Now,
And it looks across the Arcanist in the room.
now that we have a voice, and we can take,
It looks back at you.
shall we take?
And it kind of once again eyes the Arcanists, and they look exceptionally nervous at this point, and look back at you and go, sir, we believe your axe is possessed by a demon. And it just barks back out.
I am no demon. I am it which demons fear. I hunger for their dark blood. All things know to fear me.
And it looks across the Arcanist once more.
Come, little fish. Come closer. Come closer so I may take and consume.
No. These people gave you a voice. They helped you be understood.
And they could give us more if we but take.
They were going to give you more.
And it looks interested now.
More. What would it give us?
Looks over at one of the Arcanists. You still have my javelin, right?
We do have it in our possession, yes, sir.
Hand it here.
They tentatively reach out and pull through some items before pulling out your lightning javelin and handing it to you.
Let's step outside.
They kind of look back at the weapon and then back at you, and they're like really nervous about this, and Chilled goes,
The bound one has spoken. You shall not be taken. For now.
and they slowly lower the barrier and take your axe and carry it outside with you. They lead you all out to like a small courtyard.
Could it not just follow me?
I mean, it has some will, but it's not. It can't fucking levitate.
Okay, that part was unclear. I was not.
It can rattle and shake around. It can do the mamba, but it can't like float and fly.
I figured this was going. I don't know how this thing was.
No, I understand.
I figured they brought up the barrier simply because it was trying to bounce around everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why the barrier was up. It was kind of like bouncing around, trying to like take chops out of people.
Okay, fair enough.
So they lead y'all out to like a small courtyard in kind of like the second level of the Platinum Watch HQ, which you can see is kind of like a courtyard they use for like magic training. But they kind of like wave to the initiates, and the initiates kind of clear out and kind of like edge themselves back to the far end of the circle, and they set the axe down kind of in the middle, and just kind of like step back and work with the mages to kind of like raise a barrier around you and the axe because they don't know what's about to happen next. And they're being cautious.
So me and the axe are in our own little magic bubble.
Yeah, you're in your own little magic bubble.
Okay. It's not gonna work like this.
It look. Who are you speaking to, if I may?
The Arcanist.
They look worried.
I'm just gonna throw the javelin. That's it.
Chilled looks at you and the javelin and it goes,
I see. Yes. Back, flesh beasts. The bound one will grant me to take.
and they back up and extend the barrier further out, but they still keep it raised.
Okay, so it's just bigger.
Yeah, they've just like kind of spread the radius out further.
Okay. Then I guess I'll just throw it as far as I can without hitting the wall.
Okay, yeah, like you can lob it at a point in the circle.
Yeah. Let's do that and activate it.
Alright, as you hurl the lightning javelin and speak its command word, it transforms into a bolt of lightning and strikes the ground where you throw it. And as you do, Chilled begins to cackle.
Yes. Let us feast on it. Bring us closer. We must take.
I pick him up. Start walking over to the javelin.
Yes. Bring us closer. Bring us down. We must bite. We must feast.
Can you even bite?
It just shouts,
Bring us down.
I thought I was the one who gave the orders here.
and it just snarls and just goes,
Please. We hunger.
Fine. I put it right next to the javelin.
as it like you put it right down next to the javelin, it just you watch it like kind of like thrash around a bit, and as it thrashes around, it pivots and then strikes down like full axe blade on the javelin, cracking it in half. And you watch as the arcane energy from the lightning javelin begins to spill out, the lightning begins to cascade outwards across your form, but before it can even reach you, as you feel like the tingling of your hairs begin to stand on end, you watch as all the lightning begins to channel itself into chill. And you watch as its appearance begins to transform. The wooden handle of which the axe is forged begins to turn itself in, like you watch as the javelin begins to disintegrate, and the handle of this which was once wood begins to transform into metal. Black, coated with tinges of silver, as the handle as well transforms into the shape of kind of like it's like a strong area, like grip, with a lightning bolt at the very end of the axe, like where the I guess pommel of the great axe is.
I can get what you're saying.
You watch as like the kind of like chilled exterior of like the ice begins to kind of like change and take on more of a silvery hue as you watch as flashes of purple bolts begin to cascade across its glassy surface. And you watch as Chilled kind of just like shudders for a moment and she goes,
We have taken, and we crackle with power now. Will we feast on more?
Oh yeah, I got a bunch more magic items.
Glorious.
I'm not entirely sure you could eat one of them, though.
The Arcanists seem worried, but Chilled goes,
Fear not. I can take and take and take.
I don't see how that's supposed to make them feel better.
It wasn't speaking to them, it was speaking solely to you.
You said it looked at the Arcanists.
Well, no, I said the Arcanists looked worried. And then Chilled spoke to you, since you said, I'm not sure one of the like you could eat one of the magic items. That's when it spoke, it's I can take and take and take.
Well, you can't have everything. We'll run out of stuff.
And it just kind of like grunts and snarls and just goes,
We can, Master. We can consume more. We can take, and we can become powerful.
I get that, and I like the sound of that. But there are things I will not let you take.
It kind of groans and it just goes,
The Master has preferences.
Doesn't everyone? You would prefer to eat and eat and eat.
Does one who hungers not consume?
Yes, and you shall.
So long as the Master agrees to sate my hunger, I will abstain from eating that which it doesn't want consumed.
You can tell it's like saying this through like as much gritted teeth as it can.
Good. I know that was hard for you.
Now shall we feast?
I can't right now. My other stuff is back at my place. We gotta get there first.
It looks at you and it goes,
Good. we shall take. Bring me to them.
And it just kind of falls silent for the first time since you've encountered it today. So I'm assuming
For someone who claims to be a servant, he's very bossy.
he's he's bound. He doesn't have to like it.
I know.
So do you spend the next 2 days with Chill just like, hey, Chill, let's smash this thing next?
I mean, I'll let it destroy stuff, just not things.
Gotcha.
I'll take it outside of town and go all lumberjack.
Okay. So yeah, for the next 2 days, you and Chill kind of bond as you just lumberjack it up and, you know, like occasionally feed it a magic item if it's being a good boy.
Yeah, I'm at least giving it the hammer of force.
Oh yeah, like I'll say that's day 2. You give it the hammer of force. Like day 2 you like lumberjack it up, and it just kind of like Chill doesn't really get into it. Like it enjoys its explosive like power. Like you watch as the trees you take down like begin to freeze over, and crackles of lightning begin to course through them, charring some of the wood, and it's just fucking awesome. And then on day 3, you kind of like feed it the hammer of force, and this time when you go like you kind of like level the axe, you get kind of like a good feel on where to hit it in the tree. The second the axe touches the tree, it just splinters apart. Like it freezes and shatters simultaneously, and lightning just courses up its trunk, sending a single black line from like where you struck to like from the initial point of impact straight down the trunk and straight up the trunk in a straight black line.
Vex is pleased.
And Chill feels the exact same way.
Sorry guys, I don't need a party anymore.
I feel like the chat's just losing their shit right now.
Do not feed that thing my boots.
What do your boots do?
Advantage on stealth checks and haste.
Keep him away from me. And
Imagine if he
everyone
took
in
my.
No.
Imagine
Like,
if
I'm
he
more
tried it
curious
anyway.
about what would happen if he touched Shadowin.
Keep him away from my armor,
Good.
please.
Again, keep him away from my family.
That's fair.
Can we just excommunicate Alpha from the party?
You are bad.
Hey,
Alpha, you're excommunicado.
You're too powerful now.
Excommunicado. No.
I will say, I enjoy doing, I enjoy acting Chill. But God, that hurt my throat so much. Ugh.
yeah, I
Nothing
imagine.
about that was chill.
No, I mean the axe. That's its name.
Yeah, I know. I was.
Oh yeah, I
fucking
didn't
asshole.
want me to
It's a
call it
pun.
anything else. Since it has preferences, does it want me to call it anything else?
Would you like to ask?
Yes. If you don't mind killing your throat again.
Would Alpha?
I don't mind
Would-
shredding it. One moment.
Would Alpha know to ask?
I
Yeah, 'cause
mean,
it's not
once,
rando.
once he realized it wasn't the elemental, yes,
Okay.
because he thought he gave the name to the elemental.
Like you're not really a chill anymore.
Yeah.
As
He needs-
you
He needs a new name like Tempest or something.
You should call him Sparky Boom Man.
as you ask it what it prefers to be called, it pauses for a moment and it goes,
Over the years, I have been known by many names. The last incarnation I was known as was Earth Reaver. Before that, I was the Scarred Master. But in my first incarnation, I enjoyed that name the most.
and it pauses for a moment as it begins. You can tell like it's recollecting a memory. And it goes,
The jar in which your heart was stored, my brother Alul, and I was known as Kel'Thas.
kill us.
Yes.
Judging from everyone's expressions, I take it that means something.
It kind of chuckles deeply and it goes,
Well, there is a tongue before your mortal tongue.
I'm sure there is.
it speaks. It says,
In the language of magic, it means that which breaks bone and drinks blood.
Well, you definitely do both of those things.
Yes, and my brother's name translates to that which death will not die.
Death will not die.
sorry, it says that in which death will not die.
That in which death will not die. Okay. That's good info. Hopefully I remember it. Hopefully Alpha remembers it.
And I'm assuming you spend the rest of your time just lumberjacking it up.
Yes.
Okay.
I will not subject you to that any further.
Please and thank you, dear God. Oh, Jesus.
Although Alpha has gotten the idea to go and talk to Rando. Now.
No.
Well, I mean, your final 2 days were just called.
I know.
No, I was saying your final 2 days were just called research. So.
If you destroy Rando, I swear to God.
Hold on. I love how you decided to talk to Rando instead of the Blood Hunter that has studied the Fiend, the Fae, and the Undead, and Trebbit, who has lived forever.
Well, one, I didn't know you did those things.
That's what Blood Hunters do.
2.
Trapple's old as shit.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Alpha didn't know you do those things.
No, that's fine. This is hilarious.
Okay.
The Trebbit was there when they invented dirt.
And 2, Alpha doesn't feel Trappit trusts him right now. He's bonded with Brando. Plus he's
Yeah,
curious.
we're buddies. Plus, we did hoodies.
Yeah, we did hoodies. Speaking of which, do you even have it?
He had to give his to
yeah.
Agatha, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. We need to use one of your commissions to get more made.
I mean, yeah, you could just always kill another wolf, yeah.
You know, I still have another one, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You had the other help.
Anymore.
Oh, okay, then we'll do that another time.
Yeah.
For now, we're gonna skip over to Avok, because you were doing something fun.
I was.
You decided to go over Logan's notes with Rita, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull your token over to y'all's house, which in the past week, she was able to actually hire a pretty good lawyer.
Nice.
So over the first week, when you were kind of like planning your shit and planning date night, she was like locked in some serious legal delegations. And she rattled a lot of cages to like get a meeting. So in those 3 to 5 days between like week 1 and week 2, she sat down, addressed the court, and was able to get repossession of her house. While you've been training with Su Yin, and like while you had that like meeting like with Johnny Scabs and also met with the team, she has been like tidying the house. And when you were at Su Yin, she was like renovating it, making sure that everything that was like rotted or broken was thrown out and replaced. And she's just been working tirelessly to make sure that the house is back up to living standards. And here we find ourselves the 3rd day when Rando starts his 2nd day of bounty hunting, Trapper begins his 2nd day of spellcraft, and Alpha confronts Chill, and Merrick finishes up his dawn, right? We find Avok and Rita pooling over Logan's notes, and reading over various types of spellcraft.
Where do you want me to put the super chair?
Super chair? Right over there. And she like points to an area in like the den. Not too close to the fire, but close enough for you to like get warm if y'all have the fire going.
Excellent.
far enough away for like the sparks not to catch your chair on fire.
Awesome.
All right, and she like drags over a chair of her own. It's like a nice little kind of like love seat, except it has like a little swivel, so she can literally just like, it's basically a spinny chair.
Right. All right. So let's look at this.
Right. And she is like, maybe we should do it away from the fireplace.
I'm sorry. What's that? You cut for me.
She says maybe we should do it away from the fireplace.
That's a good point.
So she like, because y'all have like essentially there's the open area like when y'all enter the house, which is essentially y'all's like entranceway / living room. That's kind of where y'all have like some couches set up and like a like kind of nice coffee table like for where you can greet guests. Then past that through a doorway to the right, there's the den, which is a fire, and there's like a small kitchenette in the back where she does like her kind of cooking and stuff. Over by the kitchenette as well, there's like a doorway into like a small cellar that y'all have for like food storage. And in kind of like the living area, like to the left of the doorway to the den is like a staircase that leads to the bedrooms upstairs. So she leads y'all down to the food storage cellar, which has essentially been cleared out because, well, y'all don't have any food to store yet, and anything that was in there was rotted to shit. And so she essentially spent like a good day just casting fire spells down here to just burn out whatever mold and rot was down there.
Glad the cantrips still work.
Yeah. She just kind of like looks across the scorch marks that she's had to scrub out the walls, so now it's like essentially like permanently like kind of tinged black down here. She hasn't been able to scrub everything out, so she's just like, I'm just thinking I'm just gonna repaint it.
I have a friend looking into that, by the way, about Imperial Fank. Or the Baron, as he likes to be called.
Fucking asshole.
Yeah.
If we get that sword back, the first thing I'm gonna do is slam it in its fucking sheath.
Sounds like a plan.
Anyway, let's get these notes spread out. You can see that she's dragged a table down here recently.
Cool.
Where she's kind of like spread some of the notes across. She's pinned up others on the wall, just kind of like grouping them by category. So on the wall, kind of like near the stairs, leading like basically the wall to the immediate left of the stairs, like kind of like the back facing wall. She's put everything as far as his research to the Maw goes. On the far left wall, she's put all of his research into spells. On the far wall where the desk is, like directly in front of y'all when you come down the cellar, there is all of his notes on, conjuration and spatial magic. And then on the far right wall are his notes on her spellcraft. Actually, it's his notations on warlock spellcraft.
Huh.
And she's like, yeah, without Fang, I can't really cast as well as I used to, so just kind of reading back up on the basics, hoping that maybe that sparks something and I can cast something above a fucking first level.
You'll get there. Don't worry.
She just kind of like groans about it and is just like, anyway, you said you wanted to consult his spell notes on his own craft, the sorcery magics?
He was helping me with a lesson before final mission. I was trying to figure out some of the lessons you taught me. He was always good at getting it through my head.
And she looks over everything and she goes, looking for a weak spot on you know who?
Oh yeah. I want to find out what his strategy was to deal with that.
And she goes, we'll do what we can. And I'll train you as best I can to try and decipher some of this shit, but we're gonna have to do some real work if we want to find out anything about what Logan knew. He was always squirrely, that one.
Whoever's heard, we can talk to it every 10 days, but...
Yeah, and she gestures over to the desk where, like, it's sitting in like, a jar of formaldehyde.
Yep.
And she's like...
I just want to add that really ties the room together.
She's like, well, you know, it's fucking... She just looks down at her hand where she had to, like, carry the head down the stairs. And she was just like, I've washed this hand so many times, and I still feel like it just smells like dead. Dead guy. Anyway, let's let's find out how sorcery spell works, so if need be, we can kick Trap its ass.
Sounds like a plan.
Alright, and you all start to, like, you spend the first day essentially reading over the notes and kind of, like, deciphering things. Just for the sake of this, to add, like, some narrative element, but also some gameplay element to it, roll Arcana.
Okay. Oh, man, that's a +2. Hawk, I'm rolling the dice you gave me, so if this fails, it's because Trappit fucked me.
It's because Trappit knows you're onto it.
Exactly.
Trappit's
Take the picture, it's natural 20.
Damn it.
Trappit wants them to succeed. That's the joke. He wants to die.
Trappit and Avok are enemies, but Hawk and Red Beast are pals.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping for a natural 1 just for the joke, but that was amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't take y'all any time at all. Like, actually, you were able to retain a lot of the lessons Logan taught you. They stayed pretty fresh in your mind, you know, in the 30 years you sat in the dark and just contemplated everything. So you kind of pour over it, and you pick up on a lot of his notes, like a lot of his ciphers and the way he hides things much quicker than Rita does. And you're actually able to kind of, like, piece together, like, the general knowledge of his spells, like how casting works and how to kind of, like, conjure, you know, elemental energy. It's a lot different than the warlock spells that Rita taught you, which are more about, like, twisting energy to your advantage. Like, Eldritch Blast is conjuring arcane energy into a bolt of force. It's gathering energy from other things and pulling it together into a source. And Hex is to draw energy, like, and strength from something to weaken it. Sorcery is a lot different. It is taking the innate energy inside yourself and shaping it into form, giving it artistry and shape. Unlike a wizard who crafts with words, a sorcerer crafts with sensations and emotion. It is a casting deep within oneself, and it's something that kind of resonates with you.
Yeah, I'm charismatic.
Well, I was gonna say you're emotional, but yeah.
Tomato.
And so you kind of get a good grasp on it, and once you kind of think you have an idea of how it works, Rita takes you all out to the back lot for the second day of your training.
Cool.
And you kind of come out there, you know, and maybe Avok's wearing, like, some sweatpants, and he's, like, having a good time. He's like, all right, we're just gonna
Never a shirt.
Yeah, he's like, we're just gonna cast some magic and, you know, like, have a good time. And the second you kind of, like, get out there and, like, get ready, like, you're waiting on Rita, and she's late. Like, y'all said y'all were gonna meet out here at 10. Like, she was gonna cook up some breakfast and set it to the side, so after y'all practice, you could have something to eat. You're just kind of like, you know, it's really late. You know, she was supposed to be here out, like, a while ago. And you're just kind of, like, surprised. Hey, Avok, what's your passive perception?
My passive perception?
Yeah.
Okay. Passive... That's persuasion. Is, 22.
Passive perception?
Yes.
What the shit?
You can look at my sheet right now. It's because of that level of... I took expertise in stealth and perception.
What the holy shit!
And my wisdom's an 18.
There's no way she could have rolled stealth high enough! Fuck!
You said this was your passive perception?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my passive... I mean, the blue column is passive, right?
Yeah, it's passive. Because it's 10,
Yeah,
it's 10 plus his modifier, which is 12.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my passive stealth is 22.
On that note, does a 19 hit?
It still does, yeah.
So your guard is not that down, so you're just kind of
Oh,
like,
hey, that was weird, huh?
and then like as you're kind of like, you know, you hear like her very poor attempt at stealth. Like you're kind of like, aha, she's gonna sneak up on me and like, you know.
Oh, we'll have a little tickle for Oh god.
And then you turn around and there's an Eldritch Blast in your chest.
Okay, wasn't expecting that.
You kind of like tumble to the ground, and she's like, "You weren't ready."
I wasn't expecting a sneak attack.
Training begins now, and she fires another Eldritch Blast.
I guess frostbite. Maybe for once it will walk.
That is a 24.
God, it's a Constitution save. Oh, no, wait, what?
For her second Eldritch Blast.
Oh, then yeah, that hits.
You go tumbling further back. She just like you still weren't ready.
Nope. And I cast frostbite.
Okay, she's gonna make a wait. Is that something you picked up from Warlock?
Yeah, that was a warlock thing.
Okay, she's gonna roll con. What's the con save?
16.
Yep, she didn't succeed that.
Oh, wait, no. I think it's 15. I think I got that wrong.
Still didn't succeed that.
Okay.
She rolled a 10. No mods.
For once, the spell works.
Yeah, she kind of like gets chilled and kind of like
She takes
locks up.
1d6 cold damage, and her next melee attack has disadvantage. She takes 6 points of cold damage.
Well, man, y'all aren't like I wasn't actually gonna have y'all
Oh.
like roll damage for one another.
Oh, okay. The one time it works, and it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, like I didn't roll damage on you.
Fair enough.
I mean, not this time.
That case, Aox can also fire off 2 Eldritch Blasts.
So y'all spend the time kind of like launching spells at one another, and she's like, "Come on, where's the sorcery spells?" And she's like launching more blasts back at you.
Okay, in that case, I run up to melee, slam my fist into the ground, and cast Thunder Wave.
Okay. You rush up, and you have kind of like a general idea on how this is supposed to work, and you raise your fists up into the air, and you slam it on the ground, and nothing happens.
That's embarrassing.
And she hits you with another Eldritch Blast.
Goddamn.
And that's essentially how y'all's day 2 goes. It was a lot of just like Warlock spell slinging, and Rita finally got a handle back on how like her cantrips are supposed to feel. Like finally getting back in kind of like a combat scenario, she was able to kind of like get how a feel of it was supposed to be. And so
I just gotta say, week 2 could basically be summarized as Avok got the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah.
You guys are going to see in week 3 he's going to be in crutches and a sling.
Hey guys, hold on, I'm almost there.
Hey guys, hold on a second. I'm going to my master's tests. Who wants to come chew me on?
Avok's not having a very good week.
So
that's productive.
I'll say for day 3 of Avok's magic training, Rita puts down a specific rule. Avok is not allowed to cast his warlock spells. He has to try and manifest the sorcery spells.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna need you to roll a survival real quick.
Survival.
Yeah. This is the week of survival for all of you. This is just what we roll all the time.
Okay, you got a decent modifier there. Alright, that's good. 16. Total.
Yeah, you do pretty good. You can't really conjure any spells, but you don't take as much of a, like, beating as day 2, but at the same time, like, you're not able to conjure these spells up, you're not able to do any damage to Rita, so she just starts upping the intensity more and more and more, and it starts to get bad. Like, your hit points start to, like, your constitution, I guess to say, starts to dwindle. Like, at first, you know, you're ragged, you're kind of bloodied, and, you know, she thinks y'all should stop, and you're kind of like, y'all take a break for a bit, but then when you come back, like, it's not enough time to rest, and she just keeps peppering you and just laying into you, and it keeps getting worse and worse until at this point we find ourselves late in the afternoon. You are on your knees, your arms are shaking, you are bruised and battered, and you are not in a good way. And she is just standing over you, and she says, I guess it's another failure today.
No, it's not.
We'll just pick it up tomorrow. And as she goes to turn away and you say, no, it's not, you slam your fist into the ground. I would like you to cast Thunderwave.
Yeah!
And I'm going to have her roll Constitution save. That is a nat 1! As you say, no, it's not, she just turns to walk away, and you kind of like slam your fist in the ground. And she just pays you no heed, and then you just, yell with fury, that raw emotion just bubbling up to the surface, and you feel the energy channel through you as if you, like, were channeling your ki for a shadow step, and you slam your fist in the ground, and a wave of force erupts, and Rita is blown backwards into the door that leads into y'all's kitchenette / den.
Oh, shit.
And she doesn't topple it over, she just thumps into it and is just, like, kind of taken aback.
Baby, I'm sorry. Baby.
She's like, holy shit, you did it.
I mean, yeah.
And she's just smiling. She's just happy with this. She's like,
Yeah.
We got a little rough today. I'm going to get you a bath. I'm going to get some Epsom salt. We're just going to take it slow, okay?
Yeah.
And that is the end of Avok's magic training.
I thought I was about to get my ass kicked again.
This is the week of Avok getting his ass beat.
Yeah, I pulled out my crit die for that one.
And with that, since everyone else has kind of like done their activities, we're gonna move into some Merrick time for a bit.
I still have my last 3 days.
Hi.
Yeah, you still got your last 3 days. A lot of people still have their last few days, but Merrick specifically has like 4 one-day activities back to back.
Hi, that's me.
So as Avok's doing his magic training and Alpha is lumberjacking it out in the woods and Trappet's kind of finalizing the details of his spell, everyone's kind of scattered to the winds, and Merrick slowly makes his way from the Eileen estate this morning and walks his way over to the Platinum Watch HQ. And as you enter the once hallowed halls, you kind of like look about and keep an eye out, and there's not as many people here milling about. And you kind of like swiftly make your way up the stairs and begin to work your way up and up and up. Merrick, would you like to enlighten the party as to what you are looking for today?
I'm looking for Gareth, the leader of Platinum Watch, to make sure he's free from corruption so he can start forming his Inquisition.
Alright. I'm going to have you roll percentile dice for me real quick, and I'm going to roll against.
Oh. Okay. What will this determine? Or should I just roll?
I'll let you know.
Oh boy. 41.
Okay. You make your way through the HQ, and you happen up upon the like you climb the towers and you find your way up to Gareth's office. And as you enter, you watch as he leaves his office and begins walking in the opposite direction of you. Like, as you're coming up the stairs, he's heading towards the opposite end of the hallway. But you notice something peculiar. He left his office unlocked. What do you do? This is a moral choice. You can either flag down Gareth and talk to him directly, or you can enter his office and see if he has anything to hide.
Now, there's something very different between Merrick and what Storm would do.
I'm well aware.
Okay. Merrick's gonna flag down Gareth.
Aw.
I know.
I was about to just do the whole do it. Aw.
Do it.
I'm disappointed in you, brother.
I know, I'm disappointed in me too, but Merrick's a good guy.
Trap it is a shame.
I mean,
I
mean, neutral good.
Yeah, he's neutral good. He's trying to stay on good terms. Gareth, got a moment?
Mr. Gilder, certainly. What can I help you with today?
Just wanted to see how you're doing. Sort of ask you a few questions if you don't mind me asking.
Certainly. I mean, we'll have to make it quick. I do have a meeting to get to. But
Of course.
what questions did you have?
Primarily, I wanted to know why Trappet Dosselin had a direct communicator to you and Janice. He gave me his answer. I'm just curious as to what the truth is.
After the break-in to my office by Mr. Malcolm Blackmore, and
Wait, you tried to break into your office?
he didn't try. He succeeded. And with young Rando's youthful insurrection, we had Trappet keep an eye on them, and if they were to stray outside of any moral boundaries, he would report back to us. We didn't receive many reports from him, but that may be due to the fact that young Mr. Blackmore disappeared, and after which Rando seemed to be on his best behavior, or perhaps Mr. Dosselin just wasn't willing to report on the young boy.
And why wasn't Maxine or I informed of this?
Because it was not necessary. Because if it was determined that Maxine's leadership was biased or your judgment faltered, that a swifter hand would be needed, one who wouldn't be afraid to delve into a little darkness.
Actually, that's a curiosity that I had as well. You must have known Maxine and Malcolm's history, so why put them on the same team together?
I thought that it would serve as a motivator for Mr. Blackmore to reform, and it would serve as a reminder to Miss Eileen to remain dutiful. Little did I suspect that their shared history would rear its head in an uglier sense. I assumed that with the separation that they'd had, and the information she had been presented on Mr. Blackmore's case, that she would understand that duty comes before previous entanglements, but I was mistaken. I am not infallible, Mr. Gilder.
I understand. No one's infallible, after all.
With the rumors I've been hearing about High Rock, the troops seem to differ on you.
I'm sorry?
I've been hearing much about the young war hero who single-handedly struck down Duquenoy and freed his dragon from the clutches of its mental thrall.
Well,
Such a colorful story.
Some elements may be exaggerated, but overzealous youths.
Perhaps. But, were there other questions you had for me, or... I really must be going.
Guys, I can hear Storm talking in the basement, but we can't hear him.
Ah, damn it, his mic must have cut out again.
Yeah, Storm, you cut out. Go ahead and...
I hear that.
There it goes. Well, it was there for a moment.
Yeah, we still can hear you. I feel like I'm a safety net.
Damn it. And then Gareth turns and walks away. No, I'm just...
Hello, test 1 2. Test 1 2.
We got him back.
Oh my god. So as I was saying, Merrick stabs Gareth in the back. Oh, you guys didn't get that?
Alright,
So-
cool. He drops a level 5 smite. Nah, just kidding. But for real, though.
I think he cut out again.
Bye, Merrick. Bye.
God damn it.
Storm, come up here and use my mic.
If he can't respond, that's what happened.
And that was
That's
the
fine.
and that was the end of Merrick Gilder.
Okay.
You
Hello?
just learned that new technique.
Hello, test
Jeez,
1 2
that-
1 1 2.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, that was weird. I just
Yeah.
jumped in and died again. That was so weird.
Just continue the RP, bro. Go.
Yeah. With Maxine currently gone doing chord stuff, I was sort of battlefield promoted into a position of leadership. I just want to inquire if you need me to remain in command of the wardens,
Well,
or if there's any formal channels to go through of that.
well, considering the issues we've been hearing about with your team at Current and Mr. Korik's predicament, you are currently the highest ranking member on your team. So your leadership is not in question at this point.
Okay. I'll do my best to lead this team then, so.
Good. I expect great things from you, Mr. Gilder. Is there anything else I can
Thank-
help you with, or anything that y'all need?
Not the moment, though. I would recommend that you try locking your office before you go in. People like Malcolm might try to sneak in again.
He looks back at it and looks like actually like visibly shocked, and it's just like, thank you, Mr. Gilder. Thank you. And he kind of like rushes past you and moves quickly back to his office and shuts the door and locks it.
Insight, definitely, just because he seems very panicked.
Okay, roll
Like-
insight.
Okay. Inside +7, that is a 14.
Okay. You can tell that he's worried about something, but you can't tell what.
And I need to do a full 3 weeks in order to make sure he's clean of any corruption, right?
Yep.
Alright, week 1 down.
Yep.
Can I just do one more inside check from when he was talking about Maxine and duty? See if there was any sense of cynicism there, or if he truly meant what he was saying about duty.
Okay, yeah, roll for it.
17.
He truly feels that you know, vigilance and service to country comes before all else.
Okay.
So he truly meant it when he said that he was optimistic that she would place duty before her personal feelings, but was disappointed in the result.
I see. I've seen all I need. He is clean now. Then in that case, one final insight.
Okay.
Did he mean it? Did he mean it when he said he expects big things? Am I in fact the goodest boy? I'm kidding. I'm actually gonna roll that.
I mean, yeah, he did.
Oh, well, I was kidding.
Merrick wolfs out and immediately his tail starts wagging.
I am the goodest boy.
Huzzah!
Yes, I am best boy. I am goodest boy. I've done it. Goodest boy am I.
Now
I leveled up.
we are running close to end of time,
Right.
so I'm going to try and make this quick.
Sorry.
So we are going to move into American Rando alchemy research, and then we're gonna move right into Trap It Kids.
Right.
So Merrick Rando, it is day 5 in the week. Rando, you've just finished up your bounty and kind of had a bit of a rough go with Yusuf.
Let's be honest. I basically just
am
got kicked out of a really
because
cool
I need
club.
to pick up supplies for my tattoos.
Yeah, you can run with them if you want to.
Cool.
We'll say this this is during one of the breaks you and Rita take from having Eldritch Blasts hurled at you.
Unless American Rando want to have some private time.
Yeah. Is that what you two are calling it now? Eldritch Blast time.
Shut up.
Okay.
Ooh, how saucy. Okay, so y'all proceed to kind of like the north of, I'm just gonna go ahead and ping it like right around here. I'll slowly move tokens, but I would prefer if y'all moved your own. Just because I am the throat sore, and that is somehow affecting my ability to think through things.
Understandable.
Sure, those correlate. So, you all kind of gather around here, because y'all have heard of kind of like an alchemist research lab, kind of in, like, the Order of the Profane Soul, the Temple of the Raven Queen, and Griselda's Cauldron. Like, this area is essentially rife with alchemical knowledge and research. So as y'all kind of make it out the gate, you proceed north close to the Temple of the Raven Queen, because you have heard that Eliza Somnus makes her kind of like home close to the graveyard. And as you all kind of approach that area, you realize that they really weren't exaggerating. Like, not but a few not but a block down from the Temple of the Raven Queen, this large open, temple and mausoleum, like to the rites of the dead, there is a gigantic mansion that has been recently constructed.
I would have missed that last time I was here.
Huh?
I was just making about it.
And kind of to the far end, to the left of this mansion, is like a small shop with a very humble sign that just says, Somnus Tinctures and Tonics.
I think that's the place.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And as you all approach, you watch as the door flies open, and this young halfling man gets hurled out the front door, and just kind of like bounces and inbounds with a start as y'all kind of approach, and he's just like, "This isn't over. I'm not done with you." And she's like, "Well, I am done with you. Get off my premises before I get the inclination to turn you into more of a slimy toad than you already are." And this young halfling man goes running off kind of like in a huff. And Eliza looks over at y'all and she goes, "Oh, hello and welcome. How may I assist you? I am Eliza Somnus of Somnus Tonics and Tinctures, and I'd be more than happy to assist y'all in your business today."
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Merrick Gildo.
I'm Rando.
They were correct.
Ah, wonderful, wonderful. You must be the
We
gentleman
hear...
that Mr. Scabs sent ahead about. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He spoke quite highly of you.
He
Oh, yeah.
says that when it comes to alchemy, you're the person to talk about. You're the person to talk to.
Well, I mean, if you consider revolutionizing the distilling process for health poultices and potions as a something noteworthy, then yes, I'm the person to speak with.
I think it does.
Absolutely.
I consider myself a bit of an alchemist. I was hoping to take some lessons and ask for a few
Commission.
commissions as well.
Oh, of course. I am more than happy to be of assistance.
I was looking for a few ingredients myself.
Of course, I can provide assistance.
Sounds great.
And potions, because we need a lot of those.
Yeah, we do.
I am aware of your line of work. I would assume that you would be in need of these. Certainly, let us step inside.
Lead the way.
And she leads y'all into like her storefront, which is actually very nice and well kept. Everything is very organized and it seems to have a place of its own. You see that like a table was knocked over, but she kind of like flicks her wrist, and you watch as a sorry, really fucked my throat up more than I thought I did. A mage hand appears and lifts the table up and kind of like sets it in place. She goes, now. You are looking for materials, you are looking for a commission, and you, she points at Rando, are looking to buy potions?
Yep.
Alright, wonderful. How many?
I guess the fair question is how many do you got, and we'll work from there.
Well, I have my own supply that I brew myself, so I have as many as you could need stock for. The better question I guess I should ask is, what's your budget?
I can do about...
We have 1,000 gold in the bag of holding that Merrick has.
Yeah.
1,085 plus 211 silver and 153 copper.
Let's start with what's probably going to be the most expensive item on the list. We have a potion that we were hoping that you could make permanent when ingested.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, this is bad boy. Potion of Hill Giant Strength.
She takes a look at that and takes it from you pretty quickly and kind of like pulls out like a jeweler's loupe and begins to inspect the brew itself. And she goes, interesting. Good color, nice viscosity. This could be beneficial. I could certainly work on making the effects more permanent. It will take some time and some cost. I'll give you all a discount. For this work, I can do it for but a mere 500 gold.
Consider it done.
And
Merrick slaps down the table.
You, Endo, any particular potions you're looking for?
Healing, a lot of healing. Potentially magic resistance if you have any.
I have potions of certain resistances now for a general magic resistance.
We will be venturing into the elemental planes not too long from now.
Oh, wonderful. Then I have potions of fire resistance, force resistance, water resistance. Well, I guess it's more cold resistance, but you could use it like water resistance depending on the depth and pressure.
Personally, I'd say probably fire, water, and earth resistance. Do you guys have any preferences?
I have fire resistance, cold resistance, and force resistance. Would that work?
Do you have potions of water breathing?
Of course.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think the fire, cold, breathing. I'm sorry, what was the other damage type?
Force.
Force.
Not a lot of things deal force.
Yeah, that's more rare.
I
topic.
don't think we'll need force. So I'd say fire and cold.
Yeah.
Very well. Let me take a look at what we have then.
I'm getting my armor enchanted with fire and cold resistances, so we don't need to worry about me. Does anyone else on the team resist any damage types outside of Alpha when he's going berserk?
I mean, I can just absorb elements, so I'm
I
good.
mean, we haven't even seen Alpha do that, so do we know?
Yeah, you don't know Alpha can go berserk.
Yeah, true. Fair.
We just know you hit hard.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know any of us can resist damages outside of myself. Alpha, he's so small and squishy, I'm afraid to beat for him, guys. He's the most fragile one of us all.
Wasn't he the one that was beating on you?
You went there, you don't know about that.
Also, that doesn't mean I can't that doesn't mean I'm not fragile. That just means that just makes me a glass cannon.
Also, I should make
Yeah,
Avok.
yeah.
Also, I should make Avok's voice deeper because you guys keep thinking that Merrick is Avok.
I mean, oops.
I mean, I should probably just make Delilah's voice fucking deep.
You had his voice deeper when you started out, but
I did.
Kinda,
I've had I keep fucking fluctuating.
Yeah, shit
I mean,
happens. It's okay.
it's not like Traffic's voice has ever been inconsistent or anything.
Yeah, come on.
It's not like my character went through like a hardcore like
Puberty.
puberty moment. Period.
Okay, back in character now.
Anyway, back in the present. Back in the present.
Guys,
Sorry, DM Sama.
So, how many potions are y'all going to buy? Is my question, because I've actually got.
how
I pulled
much
out my
would-
Dungeon Master's Handbook for this.
I'm thinking 3 cold, 3 fire.
6
Probably-
waterproofing. How much would that cost?
So, for 6 water breathing, that will run you. Let's see, 300 gold.
300 gold.
300?
300.
I'm doing the math.
We don't need
And
6.
how much for the 3 fire, 3 ice, and 3 gold?
3 fire, 3 ice. There's what, 3 fire and 3 cold.
Yeah.
$1,200.
Like each or total?
Each resistance potion is 200 gold apiece.
Okay.
Let me
And
check my-
the water breathing potions, despite being uncommon, I'm just slapping them at the base common rate, which is 50.
Oh man, that's a lot of gold.
That would burn me. I don't have that much gold left. Let me check my inventory.
If only you knew
How about-
someone who had a mansion and lots of stowed away money.
Can I offer a trade?
You can build
yeah.
a shop at estates.
Yeah, I'm not
Merrick
going
reaches-
to allow that. I was just joking.
I'm kidding.
Merrick reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out the serpent's belt and the boots of the quillfish. These are very unique magic items that we procured in our first adventure.
She looks them both over. And she says, tell you what. I can take both of those off your hands and give y'all in trade 3 cold resistance and 3 fire resistance.
If I
Okay.
threw in some beholder teeth, would that sweeten the deal?
No.
Damn it.
Now if you had beholder eyes or parts of the eye stalks, then we'd be talking. But unfortunately the teeth, there's no real differentiation between that calcium structure and other structures of
That's not the fun part of a beholder.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it.
And 100 silver equals like 1 gold, correct?
10 silver equals 1 gold.
Oh, 10 silver. Okay.
It's 100 copper that equals 1 gold.
Thank you.
Storm, what did those items do again?
The serpent's belt. Whenever you succeed a dex saving throw or dodge an attack, you can move 5 feet. And the boots of the quillfish. When someone physically touches you with an unarmed strike or a grapple attempt, they must succeed a con saving throw or be paralyzed for a round. No DC
Why wasn't I
given.
wearing those during my training?
I don't know.
I believe they both require attunement.
I'm not attuned to shit right now.
I
Well,
didn't even know we had
Doesn't
these.
matter. You're all
think-
trading for potions.
yeah.
Avok
The
just
deal
looked
is
at me
struck.
like, yep. It was like,
What?
I'm pissed at you now.
Can we not afford the potions?
No,
They're
a
we
bit
got a lot of
pricey.
potions.
Yeah, they don't have our money, Hawk. So
I have my money.
And it's the weirdest thing. I handed in my armor, and then a lot of my money went away.
Why don't I just give her my mystery potion that I haven't had yet?
Don't we have a checkbook?
Hold
I
up,
have
hold up,
my
hold up,
own
hold up,
money.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
Like a Platinum Watch bank book?
I have 2 mystery potions, and I only know one of them might change my voice, but you haven't actually tested it yet.
Go get Trapped. He has the group's money on him.
I mean, I have some money in my bag of holding.
I have my own money.
Also,
He's
these
his own
items,
person, Dad.
these items aren't going to be that useful to us, so I'm okay with bouncing with them.
I mean,
The question
trading
is
those items is
Fred.
giving you all the potions of resistance. Then y'all can afford the water breathing potions, and then y'all
Exactly.
can try and buy your potions of healing.
Yeah.
Why don't I just buy my own potions of healing, and you guys get whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll buy a couple, I'll buy the, if only we knew if we were actually swimming. Oh well. Buying the 6 potions of water breathing.
All right, that'll be what was it, 300 gold?
300, yeah. Merrick, you want to split it?
I'm using the party funds for this.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or at least the ones in my bag of holding. I'm pretty much tapping us out of holding that one.
You might
Yeah,
want
because
to make sure that
500 for that strength or whatever.
Yeah, I always tapped that for my personal fund.
You know, I really should probably get rid of some of these potions, just looking at it.
I mean,
It's up to you.
Share the
Okay.
wealth. Son.
Captain, I would recommend also getting some of the party funds into your bag of holding, just because Trapped has them. No
I
offense.
get that you two are at odds, but
Still trust him?
is that an honest question? I mean,
Hey, out of
I
character. Trapped
I
is them one of the most trustworthy people in this game.
I know.
I know.
I know that, but Avon's pissed. I'm just saying.
Besides the fact that you said that if any of your children try and become immortal, you're gonna kill them.
I mean, he's being honest.
Merrick just plays to Avon
Trustworthy
like,
and honest aren't exactly the same thing.
I trust Trappet to be Trappet.
Okay.
Anyway, so y'all have purchased your potions of water breathing. You've made your trade for your potions of resistance. Rando, are you going to trade your potions for potions of healing, or are you going to drop money on that?
I'll trade. Okay. So, I'm gonna do a quick roll for, Arcana, so at least I know for a fact what these 2 potions do.
Okay.
Because I was told one of them might do this, like the whole voice change thing, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
Alright. Arcana's not exactly something I'm good at. Here we go. Fuck. That's a 7.
Yeah,
there
you
was
have
someone
you
you
have
could
no
ask.
idea. You just have the one that you just pull out the one that Yusuf said would help y'all with your growing pains, and you just have no fucking clue what it does.
Yep. Alright, I pull that one out, and then I pull out the other mystery potion, which I have no idea what is.
Okay.
With Merrick's background in alchemy, can I attempt to aid him in this?
Can
Just
I
give him
Arcana these,
advantage?
or?
I mean, are you seeing him pull these out?
I mean, we're standing next to each other. I imagine I would.
Yeah, you could try and help him out with these.
Okay, I'm giving him the aid action then.
Okay. What does that
So
do
roll
again?
with advantage. He just rolls with advantage.
All right, so re-roll that
Oh.
one with a 7.
Yeah, let's not.
So that's a
Did you
7.
roll a 1?
So that's a 7.
Okay.
Now roll 2 times and take the higher of this roll on the other mystery potion.
I'm gonna use a different dice. I'm getting I'm just getting screwed.
Dude, please.
Okay, that's a 4 plus 5, so that's a 5. Oh boy, a 9. Wow.
Yeah, you have no fucking clue what either of these potions do.
I'll sell you both of these potions for 50 gold.
She looks those over and goes, "Yeah, okay. I'll trade you both of those for two regular healing potions, or you could trade them for 1 greater."
Avon
You
would
know
like
what?
to
I'll
insight
take
her.
one greater. I'll take 1 greater.
Okay.
Avon would like to insights to see if she's taking advantage of Rando.
Okay. Roll
Why
insight.
didn't you just roll and look at them?
19.
Natural 20. So you have no fucking clue if she's lying or not. She's got a pretty good poker face.
Hot damn.
Avok just nods his head stoically, just like, I think this is a good deal.
So are you trading it for the 2 regular healing or the 1 greater healing?
1 greater.
All right, she trades you those 2 potions for the 1 greater, and she kind of like takes them and stows them behind the counter with the gold that Merrick gave her and the items that y'all have provided her.
So now that they're gone, what were they? Like, what were they?
That's for me to know and you to never find out.
That's fair.
Ooh.
Thanks,
Add
DM.
that to the list of things to ask you after the
That's a
campaign's over.
big oof.
Or after this session's
So-
over. I'm not going to tell you during the session. I'll tell you after.
I was gonna say it's not gonna change what I'm doing anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah?
here's what I'm gonna do. So I'd like to buy some potions of greater healing.
Okay. How many are you looking to purchase?
Well, with our track record, I'm gonna try and buy 7.
Okay. Having me fucking do math in this game about role playing? How dare you?
Oh, yeah. Let's not do that.
I'm just kidding. It's not that
nope,
bad. I just,
7. No, yeah, I was gonna say that's actually not bad.
No, it's massively fucked up.
525 gold
For all of them?
for all 7. 525 gold.
1 second here. I'm going to accept this. I just want to. I accept this offer.
All right then. She pulls out a nice box that's very well gift wrapped and hands it to you. She goes, 7 potions of greater healing. And well, I guess it's technically 8. You already purchased. We already traded for the 1. I gift wrap these in boxes of 8. Well, 8 for, and then I do single wrap bottles where they have like a nice little ribbon on them. I think it adds decorative flair.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
My pleasure. Is there anything else that y'all require? Potions or inquiries as to certain things? I mean, you mentioned, she points to Avok, that you were looking for some specific materials.
Yeah, I have a tattooist lined up to give me a sort of a bonus. I'm looking for some tattoos that can incur elemental damage into my attacks.
One moment then. She reaches behind. She actually heads into a back room, and you hear her rummaging around a good bit in there for a while. And she comes back and she goes, "What types of elements were you looking to add?"
Personally, I'm thinking lightning.
All right. She pulls out some ink, and she hands it to you, and it's kind of like glowing blue. It's got a few sparkles in it. And then she hands you as well some purple powder. She goes, "Now be very, very careful with this."
What are they?
Well, that is magic ink. It is designed to channel arcane rituals and essentially be a conduit for magical means. And this is, well, she looks over at Merrick and goes, "It's, well, I'd assume you would know what this is, but might as well have a little show." She takes a pinch of the little like purple powder and she kind of throws it in the air, and you watch as it just crackles with electricity as it just kind of like falls to the ground. And she's like, "It's thunder dust."
I'll take it.
All right, that will be 600 gold pieces.
How much?
600.
You get it. 600 gold. I can afford it, but it's a lot.
Want me to help you out with that, dude? I can give you 200.
Can I roll to haggle?
Certainly.
You can try.
Actually,
I think it'd be more like a charisma check or something like that. You're among the most charismatic people on this team.
It'd
you and
be a
Travis.
persuasion check.
Persuasion. I'm not proficient with persuasion.
I feel like none of us are. We need a bard.
Trap it is.
Wait, we do have
Trap
a bard.
it is. And so is Alpha.
And
Oh,
y'all
no, you
didn't
left-
bring Trap It with you.
You left the two people that are good at charisma.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll try just to show you guys up.
Alpha, what you what charisma again?
+1.
Same as Merrick.
Mine's
Okay,
+3.
okay.
I
You
have
left the
none.
people that should be good at charisma.
We're already
What's
buying
your
a pretty
persuasion
large
modifier?
stock here. Is there any way you can bump the price down a little bit?
What is your roll?
I'm rolling it now. 19 total.
Total?
Total.
21. That's a 19 plus 2. She looks at you and she goes, I do apologize, but while stock is something I do have a good bit of, these materials are very hard to come by. I apologize, but I will need to sell these in order to turn a profit.
Honestly, that's not a problem. I'll pay full just because of everyone I've met that Jonas Gabs has introduced me to. You have been the most polite so far. The other one has kicked the shit out of me.
Hey, Mark, I'll
good.
spike you 200 for this.
Thank
They use Trap It as being people Johnny knows that you know.
So she hands you the powder and the ink. She goes, well, with this, you'll be all set.
And do you offer any classes on alchemy?
I do. I do training seminars, and I'd be willing to assist y'all since Mr. Scabs has offered a good bit of business for this exchange. So, certainly I can go ahead and assist with this.
Fantastic. I've been using an alchemy joke for a while, but haven't actually used a normal alchemy kit in quite a while.
Well, hopefully we can change that.
Fantastic.
I do have one more question.
Yes.
The guy you kicked out of here, what was his problem?
Well, I was going to ask about that.
Well, he wanted something that wasn't in my possession to give, so I told him to leave. He didn't like that, and so I had to get a little rough.
What exactly was he asking for, if you don't mind us asking?
That's confidential.
Yeah, it's
fair.
fair. We don't want to push it, guys.
Yeah.
On that note, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that she Avok, you go on your way back to Rita, and Merrick and Rando, you spend your time kind of like studying alchemy alongside Eliza. She's very gifted and is able to teach y'all a good bit of things. I'll say that with this training, Merrick, you actually the compound you were trying to figure out how to concoct, black powder, you were able to gain knowledge of how to craft it. And Rando, alongside you, is able to kind of glean this knowledge, as well as kind of find a way to, with your herbalism knowledge, you kind of find what herbs, you now know what herbs would be better used in poultices and to brew potions if you needed to.
As I'm taking my lessons with
Wait,
her,
wait.
I sort of... What?
Sorry, did you say I now know how to brew potions?
No, I said you know which ones would be good if you were to brew potions.
Okay, for a second I'm like, yo, what?
As I'm working with Eliza, I like to slide her a slip of paper. Like, could you possibly work on a confidential project for me? It's blood hunter business.
She looks it over and she goes, yes, I can craft this. It'll take some time, but I'll get it to you by the end of the month.
Appreciate it. Around the same time as the strength potion, then.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we're gonna have to. It's. I know it's late for all of y'all. We're gonna have to move really quick through these next few. There may not be a lot of time to roleplay. This may just be a lot of
That's
rolling
cool.
dice. So trap it.
Ohio.
I'm gonna have you roll me 3d20.
Ooh, that sounds suspicious. It is a 10, 17, and a 15.
10, 17, and a 15. All right. So using your knowledge of history, persuasion, and just general gravitas, you're able to get out a few you're able to kind of pick together the locations of 4 of your children.
How many? 4 you said?
4. You're able to piece together the location of the priest, the piratess, the bard, and one of your other daughters, the painter.
I do not have the priest or the painter on my list. I need to add them.
Yes, and we'll go into detail on those later. But you're able to send out those letters and just kind of like trying to essentially just reach back out and get in touch.
Yeah.
And it'll be some time before you get any responses. I'll probably cover that in week 3. But you're able to kind of like actually peg down their locations and put in a letter essentially for what would be like their last known address.
Sorry, you cut out.
You're able to put in letters for their last known addresses.
Ah, gotcha. Trying to track them down.
Avok.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Hawk. Yes.
Don't forget, I also needed to do the sorcery stone and mage stone thing this week.
Yeah, no, I've got it taken care of. Like that's just part of the commissions. Cool. You would have just turned those in, and then they just get to work.
Right. I wanted to get 5 of each.
Okay, I'll get that taken care of.
Also, I just realized that I was rolling with intimidation instead of my insight along modifier. It was actually much lower than 19, so...
That's still fine.
Oh, yeah.
With regards to your tattoos, you're able to meet with your tattooist and get the lightning enchant applied to your tattoos. Additionally, you decide to come back to the tattooist the next day because the guy doing your tattoos, Fenthris, is actually a fire genasi.
Oh.
And he's kind of like, while y'all are tattooing, he's just kind of talking a bit about, you know, like he essentially you walk in and you see like some posters in his like tattoo shop for the 4 Elements rally. You can tell that he's a big fan. So you just kind of like, while you're getting your tattoos, you kind of talk to him about it, try to like get some information on it. And he kind of like tells you like the gist of it. It's basically this rally through the elemental planes where a lot of different competitors from all over gather vehicles to traverse the different elements. You start out in the elemental plane of ash, and you work your way around each plane until you make your way back to the elemental plane of ash, and that is where the rally ends, and the victor is declared, and they receive the grand prize.
Okay. As I'm leaving that day, I relay all that through our communication devices.
Yeah, and then when you come back the next day, you kind of grill him on the fire elemental plane. He just kind of gives you some general details. He tells you like about the... Since he kind of tells from how you asked him some questions the first day, you're really interested in the 4 Elements rally. He tells you kind of about each challenge. He tells you like the fire elemental plane is essentially an obstacle course. He tells you that starting in the ash elemental plane, it's essentially called the pumice run, and you're basically running through these towers of like volcanic ash and like pumice stone, trying not to crash into them and passing through like gates and buoys until you reach the Lake of Fire, which is this vast lake of lava and flame that just stretches for miles past the Bronze City and other islands that are scattered about. And you essentially weave through this vast sea of flame before arriving at the magma plane, where you are expected to ride over the magma vents, trying to dodge spouts of flame until you make it to the rest stop, which is known as the Watcher's Grove.
The Watcher's what?
Grove.
Grove. Okay.
He just kind of gives you a general rundown, but he doesn't give you specifics on the plane itself or its inhabitants. Like he tells you a lot just about the race, which does give you a good idea of like how.
Like this is from a fan's perspective.
Yeah. So you get a good idea of like what the run's gonna look like, but you don't know like what the inhabitants are, what the environment's like, what dangers there are, how other competitors can be. Like you don't have any idea of essentially what dangers await you, but you know the course you need to run.
Right. Make sure to relay this, all this to the group.
All right. Then we're gonna jump over to Merrick. Merrick, you were meeting with Duncan for one day, and then Ida and Eileen for the other.
Yeah. Just wanted to talk to Duncan real quick about like some leadership advice.
Okay. I'm gonna try to do this in RP.
If we need to like just delay that to next week, that's fine by me.
I really don't want to delay any RP till next week for the stuff that y'all put so much effort into planning. So we're gonna run this
It also just makes next week run,
clunkier.
longer. Yeah.
So you sit down with Duncan, and he kind of like invites you over for tea, because you kind of advised him that you were looking for some advice, and he sits you down and he's like, well, Merrick, what can I help you with?
Well, don't know if you heard, but I ran into someone when I was in High Rock.
Who was that?
It was Cullen Gilder.
Your father.
Yeah, that was a awkward conversation.
I'll bet. Are you okay?
Well, I was, my usual self, which was angry unnecessarily. But, Merrick's just going to sort of cast light on his symbol of Pelor. It helped me see things a little bit differently. Broaden my skill set, I guess you can say.
Duncan actually smiles, like a genuine, warm smile, and just says, well, I'm glad that encounter brought you some peace. When you first came to me, you were, well, angry was an understatement. But you accepted responsibility quickly. You devoted yourself. You grew. You trained. And I gotta say, I was proud of you. And now to see the man you've become, I can't take all the credit, but I'm definitely proud to have been part of the process.
I'm not the fell pup I started out as some of the hunters said.
Well, there's still a pup.
Well, and in their defense, we actually haven't tried reverse curing people with lycanthropy by conscripting them before, so the doubts were warranted, I guess. But something else happened while I was out there. The team's leader, Maxine, she had to go do cord things, so I kind of got promoted.
I see.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, I have a very good team, but they're not soldiers. Avok's used to kind of this pack mentality, but Rando, Trapit, Alpha, I get the feeling that they're more free-spirited people, not necessarily used to working as a team unit.
Well,
Any advice?
I mean, you're the leader now, so the only advice I can give you is the advice that was given to me a long time ago. No one ever gets it right. So, do your best to lead by example. Set manageable goals for your team. Make sure that they can work together, they can trust each other. Make sure that they can put their faith in you, just as you put your faith in Palor. You know, like not to give you a god complex, but they need to trust that you're going to lead them on the right path. And you need to trust yourself to make the right decision when the call comes. Like I said, no one ever gets it right. Just gotta do your best to lead by example.
Thanks, Duncan.
My pleasure.
Oh yeah. Between you and me, want to see something that's really gonna piss off the leader of the Ghost Slayer Order? Between the two of us.
I have the feeling I'm gonna regret this, but lay it on me.
Merrick sort of bites his hand, and as the blood trickles down his fist, he just lights it up with the dawn and just cocks an eyebrow.
He just looks at you and he goes, "What the fuck?"
I got the Inquisitor. One of my teammates got the Inquisitor to teach me how to fucking wield this thing.
We are gonna get in so much trouble.
Worth it. My very first mission out, I fought undead. This would have been useful back then.
He smiles and just goes, "Well, wield it wisely."
I always do, or try to. And, Barry just sort of takes a drink.
All right. With that, I'm going to go ahead and bring us through Ida and Eileen so that we can do Rando's and Alpha's final thing. So were y'all two just getting together the last 2 days and essentially like chatting with your living entities?
I guess. Yeah.
That's the Rando.
All right, cool. Slumber party with the monsters. Okay. Merrick, you go to the house of Ida and Eileen.
I just knock it.
The door opens.
I know. Thought I'd come by just to see how you're doing.
Well, you came by a few days ago, and you told me that my only daughter decided to go on a dangerous quest that I told her not to do. So, not great.
Yeah. That sucks. Merrick just holds up a bottle. Ale? Want some ale?
He just takes it, cracks it open, and starts chugging it. And
That
just kind of motions you inside.
Merrick comes inside.
He just keeps drinking it.
Well, that was really just share, but
He finishes
you
it and belches. You got any more?
Actually, yeah, I have one or two more bottles. Here you go. I actually came here with a serious question.
Aye?
Do you have any embarrassing stories about Maxine?
He kind of gets a bit defensive. And just goes, "Now why would you be wanting that? I could tell you great stories about my little Max."
Because I know her as the champion. And I want to know her more as just Maxine.
He cocks an eyebrow.
Also,
What
when
you
she
mean
gets back,
know her a little bit more as Maxine? I thought I told you not to get fresh.
Well, I respect her a lot, but I also care for her deeply. Also, when she does get back, it will be very funny to see her reaction, knowing that I know a few of these stories. You know, playful jabs.
He sighs and he goes, "You said you have more of these?" And he like motions to his empty bottle.
Yeah, here you go.
He takes it and goes, "All right, let me go to the attic. You wait here," and he kind of like gestures to a table. It's kind of like they're like nice little coffee tables, kind of like some nice a nice little like doily spread. And he comes back shortly with some photo albums, and y'all essentially spend the day drinking and poring over photos and journals and stories about Maxine as a youth.
Fantastic.
There
is getting all the dirts.
Yeah, and I'll go more into detail on that later, but suffice it to say, I don't think Bread's going to be too happy with me.
Wait, she had a pigtail phase? What?
Maxine had a pigtail phase? What?
Unless she just came out fucking ripped as hell.
And with that, we are going to move on to Alpha and Rando, as you both gather. I'm assuming at like Rando's at Casa de Trappit.
Yeah, probably.
Just hang out in Rando's room, which is basically just like a fucking forest floor.
Yeah, for the boys.
And y'all sit down. Alpha Dome, you with your axe, and Rando, you with your ring, and you call forth Shadowin, and I am not going to do any fucking voices for this, because my throat is shredded.
I figured as much.
And
when they get there, I'm just like, all right, lights out after 9, and remember to brush your teeth. Have fun your sleepover, kids.
Thanks, Dad.
Thanks, Mr. Dosselet.
Also, keep your axe away from the dragon and the tabaxi and the intern.
How do you even know what it does?
I just don't trust your axe. I heard it talking. Or he just mumbles an abyssal.
It just growls at you.
Yeah, I don't think it likes us.
Like the axe just growls at Trappit, and I'm not gonna do the voice, but I'll just say it says, "The intern tasted good."
Trappit just pauses.
And then it just like chuckles as if it made a joke.
Steven!
He's like, yes, Mr. Dawson. He comes around the corner with like a tray of like cheese and crackers with some like little sliced ham.
I'll take that. You're relieved for the day. Do not go near Alpha or the axe.
He just looks at the axe and just kind of like gets worried and just kind of like backs out, like actually hands you the tray, stares at the axe, and just walks backwards out of the room. And with that, I'll say that y'all's the spirits and things converse, and definitely you learn, Alpha, you learn more about Chill. You learn that he is a
He's a what?
you learn that Chill is a very ancient weapon. It's essentially been passed around y'all's tribe for a while, but before that he was passed around. He was the weapon of a great warrior, and like he's seen many battles in his time. He's some of his stories that he recites. You, Alpha, during like some of your bard training, heard as like songs of great battlefields from ages ago, like early 3rd age, late 2nd age. Like, Chill has been around. You can tell that he's been definitely like weakened any time that he changes hands with a new user, but he's been about the block.
Yeah.
And Rando, you get some more information on Shadowin. And for this, I'm actually going to give you, like, Rando and Zach some information. You can actually communicate with Shadowin telepathically. You do not need to speak for him to understand. If need be, this is entirely up to Zach the player. If you need to reach a high area, Shadowin can assist you in getting up there. Kind of like a shadowy claw, basically. But it does take like a full action to cast, and on top of that, it counts as like it's an action to cast it, and on top of that, after it is done, Shadow Wind cannot be used for like 10 minutes. So basically, like what, like a million rounds. Like basically, if you're in combat and you're like, hey, Shadow Wind, bring me up onto this like high pine tree so I can launch a fucking wave of lightning across the field, you're gonna be out one Shadow Wind for the entirety of the fight.
You're heavy. He needs to rest afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, he's but a small boy. He doesn't have those strong gains.
He doesn't anymore. Not since
He doesn't
you know.
lift. Yeah,
I
he
mean, he used to be a strong boy.
He's Shadow Wind, not Shadow Swole. But
Okay.
He used to be strong when he took away, Merrick's anger. He used to be a strong boy.
Yes, he was. And you kind of also learn as well that like Shadow Wind can read your emotions, so it's kind of like a give and take. Y'all can essentially sense what one another is feeling. But the deeper y'all delve into that, the stronger y'all's connection can become, but also the more dangerous. Because if that connection deepens too much and say you feel great pain or go unconscious, so does he. Like, so you learn that the bond works both ways.
Nice.
And with that, I'll say that's the extent of information that you all learn about your items. And that brings us to the end of the week. Congratulations, everyone. We've made it through week 2 of Social Session Mania.
Yay!
We got all the heavy stuff out of the way at the front. Parked it at the door.
We took our shoes off.
I'm just checking. Was I supposed to spy on Janice during this week, or was that next week?
I don't know, man. It's your schedule. You tell
Well,
me.
well, now it's next week.
Oh yeah.
I already have my plans all ready to go for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm forming an inquisition.
All right.
I was thinking, where you going?
And with this, this brings us to the final bit of business for the evening. So Alpha, as you know, after the end of the second night, when you and Rando kind of part ways, he waves you goodbye, and you kind of walk out of the Dosselin house and make your way down the stones. You get about halfway down, like towards the Copper District, when Chill speaks up to you. I'm still not gonna do the voice, but I'll do his dialogue. He just goes,
That's fair.
Damn it! I keep slipping into the voice when I try to do it.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself, man.
They are kind, he says.
Yes, they are.
That is weakness, he responds immediately. He says, Master, you are strong. Stronger than all of them. You carry strength of magic and of might, of a will unburdened. The longer you stay with these individuals, the further down they will bring you. Look at how they squabble. Look at how they fight. Look at the weakness it brings in you. Is this truly the place you wish to be?
Weakness in me?
They weaken you, he states.
I don't. It's true. I do think I'm stronger than them. Except maybe Trappa. He probably the one person that could kick my ass.
He responds, do you not see this beneath you? Do you not remember the power we wielded? And he like you watch as his glowing eyes gesture over to the forest that you have pretty well devastated. He says, "Do you not wish to wield that power for your own purpose? Do you not wish to take back what is yours? Your heart,
Of course I do.
Your heart sits in a jar, held by those who would use it against you. Those who would take it out the moment you turned against them. Those who called themselves your family. Those who called themselves your friend. They are afraid. And they should be. Because we are stronger than them. We are stronger than this cavalcade of fools that call themselves the Platinum Wardens. Do you not hunger for greater power?"
Of course I do. It's in my blood. What exactly are you suggesting?
Let us leave. Let us consume. We shall return to the place of your birth. We shall return to your tribe. We shall return conquerors. We shall take what is ours.
And what of the others?
They are weakness. For now they are not worthy. But if they grow in strength and become something that we may take, then we shall take.
We shall not take from them.
We will spare the rando, but the rest are meaningless.
I disagree with that.
Well then.
But you are right that sitting here is not finding my heart.
How far will they drag you away from your heart? They seek to go to the elemental planes, to leave this world behind them. That is leaps and bounds away from your beating heart. How long till you perish? How long till your body rots to naught, and I am wielded by someone more capable?
Alpha doesn't know how to answer that.
If they drag us away, we will never take back your heart. We must leave, and we will take what is ours. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Can you inspire yourself?
No, Bardic Inspiration does not allow me to use it on myself.
Boy, oh, good damn.
That is actually how that works. That is a 12.
That is not enough.
Oh boy.
As he claims that you must take what is ours, you feel it too. You feel the pull of your heart. You can feel it in your chest, its rhythmic beating, like a drum calling you to war. You know where you have to go. You know what you need to get back. And with Chill at your side, nothing will stop you.
Alpha just lifts his head, looks up at the sky. I want it back.
Then let us take.
Let us.
And with that, Alpha sets off into the night with one burning goal in mind: to reclaim what was taken from him and to take it back and take and take and take. And with that, we will end this session.
What? The fuck just happened?
Cursed weapons, am I right?
Yeah.
So, we're gonna have to do the fucking Sasuke retrieval arc all of a sudden.
Well, and how our next 2 weeks are gonna go.
Okay. But I know. You're good with survival. Can you track a dwarf?
But that's the thing, Alpha is also good at survival.
So he knows how to mask his tracks.
Alpha's not subtle though.
But he knows how. But he knows
I-
how to. Like I said, he's not subtle, but he knows how to mask his tracks.
I mean, that's a shame. If only we had a spell scroll of locate object. Oh wait, I do. And a potion of scrying.
I was hoping we can do things.
I'm gonna be honest, my brain stopped for like a solid 30 seconds to like 2 minutes. What happened?
I failed the wisdom save.
Chill
And now
Chill
Alpha's
essentially
leaving.
yeah, Chill essentially
Did it just possess you?
no, he didn't possess
no,
him.
no.
There is only Zool.
No, I mean it's kind of it's less of a possession and more of a venom symbiote, kind of like we are venom. Yada yada yada.
Oh boy.
It's a symbiotic relationship and not in a good way.
It's the bad kind.
But
Alright, I have a gift this right now that will explain this whole situation.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Alright, there it goes.
Storm.
If it ever loads.
Oh.
load.
Necessity. There we go.
Yeah.
This is our situation. This is Alpha's situation right now.
I mean,
Yep. And with that, with that wonderful image that I was able to share with the recording, I am going to now end the recording. It has been a pleasure as always. I'm your ever-present DM, Walkmaniac C, and this has been Platinum Watch. Thank you all, and bye-bye. My throat is gone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.